Here's what I like. Laying on the beach with sunlight in my eyes, laughing with my friends under the sky, following our hearts so then we take a ride. Wherever, I always try to let my spirit fly, fly away. That's the only way to get that high, high, always. If you're looking for trouble, you better count on it. I will give you a struggle, give you a struggle. If you're looking for trouble, I am the needle who will push your bubble, yeah. 'Cause I don't wanna fight pieces, but I'm not backing down. So if you're looking for trouble, you better count on it. I will give you a struggle, give you a struggle. Here's what I like. Jumping from a roof that is almost too high. Laying on the grass, I close my eyes. Playing my guitar till my fingers are numb. I always try to let my spirit fly, fly away. That's the only way to get that high, high, always. If you're looking for trouble, you better count on it. I will give you a struggle, give you a struggle. If you're looking for trouble, I am the needle who will push your bubble, yeah. 'Cause I don't wanna fight pieces, but I'm not backing down. So if you're looking for trouble, you better count on it. I will give you a struggle, give you a struggle. Here's what I like. Laying on the beach with sunlight in my eyes, laughing with my friends under the sky, following our hearts so then we take a ride. Wherever, I always try to let my spirit fly, fly away. That's the only way to get that high, high, always. If you're looking for trouble, you better count on it. I will give you a struggle, give you a struggle. If you're looking for trouble, I am the needle who will push your bubble, yeah. 'Cause I don't wanna fight pieces, but I'm not backing down.
Africa TV Freak Up Studio Live 2021 GSL Season 3.
What's up, everybody? It's time for Group B here in Season 3 of the GSL CEST. It's, again, good to be back here with you after having not casted all of Code A. I'm happy I'm back.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good to have you back.
It's pretty good.
I don't mind.
You're all right with it?
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
So
less work for me, right? I don't have to intro the show. I don't have to.
That's the hard part, too.
Yeah.
The hardest part is to figure out, how to start talking and then go, when it's all done, like, we'll be right back. Like,
some people say you talk too much. I say you don't talk enough.
You leave it to me, Artosis, all right? I'll flap these gums all the way to the 4-hour mark and we'll be done.
All right.
The thing is, Artosis, these words come out of me. I don't know where they come from, but there's always something I got to say next.
I have a book you got to read, man.
What book?
The Secret.
Group A was not bad. Not, I think, our best day, but I think Group B especially should be maybe the most exciting group of games in the round of 16.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as far as Group A goes, I would definitely catch the PvP series. I think that was actually a really nice
one.
That was a very action-packed, very cool series from Zest and Trap.
Here?
But yeah, Zest showing that he is still one of the top dogs. Now, today's Group B, Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. This, to me, actually looks like the most exciting group that we have, like you just kind of mentioned there. And I just want to put my bold prediction forward, Tasis. I think that SOS wins the group.
First?
I think he's coming out in first place. Yeah, I think he's going to go really deep this season. He's looking the best he's looked in years, in my opinion.
Wow, I feel like you said what I was supposed to say because I'm the
Really?
SOS fanboy here. But honestly,
You are, but
I think SOS could get out. I think if he does, it's second. But I think he might not advance, Artosis. There you go.
that might be the dumbest thing
Do you feel
ever
the tension
said.
building here between you and me?
I could cut it with a knife.
You cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah. I could braid the tension's hair right now. It's so thick.
조성주 선수가 지금 마이크 잡아주시고요. 선호하는 종족은 어떤 종족인가요?
다 알지 않을까요?
강민수 선수 마이크 한번 잡아주세요.
사실 좋고요.
어?
우리 성주 나가면 뭔가 잃을 게 없는 느낌이라서 그리고 성주 입장에서도 뽑을 사람이 지금 저밖에 없어요. 그래서 뭐 얘기도 안 하고 그냥 지금 가서 뽑았으면 좋겠어요.
근데 저는 애초에 정하고 와가지고.
정하고 왔어요?
오.
알겠습니다. 그럼 바로 뽑아주세요.
오.
야, 애초에. 자, 지금 여기서요. 지금 바로 들어가서. 야야야. 와.
윈이
없는데요? 이거는 그냥 무조건 가서.
모든 스타트 팬들과 여기 있는 사람들 다
예.
알고 있었던 일이라 뭐 그렇게 놀랍지는 않고요. 원래 테란 찍으려고 했는데 지금 남아있는 테란들이 다 A주로 팔려갈 것 같아가지고
네.
제가 강민 선수면 김유진 선수가 진짜 좋을 것 같아요. 이게 조성주를 잘 잡는 선수기도 하고 최적의 선수가 김유진 아닌가 싶거든요.
긍정적이진 않아요?
네.
그나마
다 잘해가지고 그냥 뭐 뽑히면 가야죠.
진영이 형이 추천해준 선수가 제일 괜찮은 것 같아요.
잠깐만. 박진영이 만든 판이거든요. 지금 여기서 김유진.
테란이 3명 남아있더라고요.
네.
그래서 한 명은 제가 가질 수 있으니까 민수랑 나머지 테란 잡고 올라갈게요.
이야.
서로의 의견이 비슷해가지고
네, 지금 뭐 서로 윈윈이에요.
복수할 때 됐어요.
야.
얘는 이기겠지.
자, 그럼 이어서 이제 다음 선택 가보도록 하겠습니다. 김유진 선수 마이크 잡아주시고 좀.
제가 선택할 수 있는 테란이 한 명밖에 없을 줄 알았는데 그래서 뭔가 선택의 폭이 넓어진 것 같아서 좋고
네.
선택지는 테란 많아졌는데 잘못 뽑으면
뺏기잖아요.
바뀌어요.
뽑기 전에 물어보려고 원딜이라도 줄 수 있는지.
유석이를 데려갈 확률이 높을 것 같아요.
와, 무적에 데려가겠다. 그러면은
학교 생활할 때부터 유진이 형이랑 하는 걸 너무 싫어했었거든요. 중혁이보단 유진이 형이랑 친하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 서로 피해줬으면 좋겠어요. 저 아니면 조국이 형으로 되는 분위기인 것 같은데 네, 저 뽑아줬으면 좋겠어요. 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 조국. 뽑아달라고 하니까 뽑아야 될 것 같아요. 중혁이가 연습을 잘 안 하는 것 같더라고요. 꿀을 빨아야죠.
알겠습니다. 여기 조중혁 선수가 뽑아달라. 이 김덕 선수가 좀 이야기를 했고 다른 쪽 가고 싶다.
조중혁. 김덕. 같은 팀이었나?
유진이 형이랑 하는 거에 대해 솔직히 부담스럽긴 한데 이길 수 있을 것 같아요 이번에. 그리고 연습을 좀 내일부터 빡세게 할 계획이기 때문에.
오늘은요?
오늘 시간이 늦어가지고.
늦어서.
내일부터 이제 빡세게 해서 한번 올라가 보겠습니다.
Round of 16, Group B. Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. 2021 GSL Season 3, Codex.
All right, guys, let's get into these games. Again, I'm digging the outfits for Season 3. Old school look. You can see Maru there with the Tommy gun in that picture, just out of frame.
SOS's picture looking so uninterested in what you have to say while you don't have his money.
Like you don't have his money.
Right.
So I think a lot of people, with the exception of Artosis, are thinking Maru gets out first.
Yeah.
It's a safe bet.
Who's he going to beat to get out first?
2 of the other players in the group.
Well, Solar then. You think Dream's going to beat SOS?
No, I think SOS can beat Dream. I think Maru beats both those guys.
You think Maru beats SOS? You know, they said during that thing, and like it's actually true, SOS normally beats Maru.
SOS normally beats Maru? Yeah, I
They're
don't know.
old teammates. He knows how he plays. Like SOS like solves people. He's like, oh, I know how your brain works.
But I feel like we're getting further and further away from that being as much of a factor. Like
SOS, dude, no, okay? SOS knows so much about Maru. Like, if Maru starts to beat him, SOS will probably just go like, oh, which will be like, it'll be like,
what will he do?
It's like the Maru Brown note where like he just, Maru like has an accident and can't win from there. He like has to get up and run to the bathroom or something. SOS just wins by default.
We need some kind of a Castor Brown note that we make some point that ultimately breaks the brains of all viewers. We're going to start this off on 2,000 atmospheres. It's Maru versus Solar. Of course, the winner goes on to the winner's match. This should be a tough one for Solar, but let's see what happens. Our game is loaded up. Game 1 in Group B starts now.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, Maru.
Maru looks older than last time I saw him.
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
does.
even
He
kidding.
looks like he's maturing a little bit more and more.
His face is a little bit thinner and stuff.
Well, Maru was
Spicy
such a
Gaming,
little kid
Solar.
when we first started.
Yeah. Solar looks the same.
No, Solar hasn't aged a bit.
Well, I'm excited for the group. Like, I think Solar is playing well. SOS, I think, is in the best shape he's been in years. Dream, I always really just enjoyed Dream in all the matchups. I think he's particularly good at Terran versus Protoss, but I think SOS is a tough match for any Terran. And then, of course, Maru is Maru, for God's sake, right? So the group should be amazing. I'm very excited about it.
Maru, his prep is very good, and he's just mechanically so clean. A lot of his victories are just simply put outpacing the other player, just getting more bases, overall winning with more of the pushes and the engagements, and all these little interactions and factors begin to add up into one massive lead that Maru comes through crushing with.
Yeah.
So to open this up, it's going to be Maru taking a quick expand here. We're going to have to wait a little bit and see what exactly Solar wants to do, but not in every game, but Solar has liked to do stuff with Nidus networks from time to time, or try to do some kind of pretty specific, strong timing in ZVT before.
Sure, yeah, we've definitely seen that from him in the past. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to have planned here for Maru. It's hard because Maru is basically the best at everything, so it's like to get anything by him is pretty difficult, and Solar just in general has a pretty strong losing record against Maru, like we saw there in Legacy of the Void. It's like 24-11 in Maru's favor. And it's like Solar generally has a hard time getting to the round of 8, which is like a weird thing because everyone really respects him. He's really smart. He's really good. He just doesn't seem to do it,
Yeah, he doesn't really seem to deliver outstanding results. So far, pretty perfect control here by Solar. I feel like that was a Reaper that got a little bit more airtime than normal in a fight at the Zerg's Natural.
Yeah, you got a drone really low, 2 Lings really low, and killed a Ling, so that's... I mean, it's a high-quality Reaper. Reapers... I don't know. It's like, yes, Maru's better at micro in the Reaper than other people. It's funny though, because like, remember when we were like really bagging on this part of ZVT because like we've seen it thousands of times and like literally thousands of times.
I feel like not one specific moment stands out to me ever. It's all blended together into one engage.
And the thing is, you're supposed to do it and they're supposed to block it, and it like basically looks very close to the same. I remember there was actually a Reddit thread about it where they're like, I did the math, and actually the people who like kill a drone or kill 2 lings with it average higher wins or something. And it was like, it's not because of that, it's because one player is way better than the other.
Yeah.
This
like,
actually,
so what
the
you're
effect
saying
is very, very
this
low.
Thing that if I succeed in this task that is almost of no impact on the game overall, that will mean I will win. That's like such a bizarre way to think about it.
It was a
It's
funny
like, well,
thing
no,
to
if they're
read.
doing that, they're probably doing a lot of other things throughout the game successfully.
It's like, yes, this player does have better micro than this player.
I found out that all the GSL players are wearing socks when they play, so you should be having socks on when you're at home. It's like, yeah, dude.
Yeah. Anyways,
also, all serial killers had milk in their fridge. It's like, all right, this is just not. You're not connecting this correctly.
Oh my. So Raven coming out, kind of cool. We have seen that a little tiny bit recently. We just saw that in Code A. We saw one player do this with the quick Raven. I'm trying to remember who, and it's just not popping in my mind at the second. I'm sure I'll remember. Anyways, Stim on the way. It'll be interesting to see what he wants to do with the Raven. Is it just going to be auto turret harassment, or are we going to see him try to hunt down some tumors with that? I always thought that was going to end up being a thing. I really did. Like, with the Hellions that always are kind of dogging around, I thought, well, eventually I bet you someone's going to just bring a Raven so you're not having to use scans and you can clear a few of the tumors.
Yeah.
But it just hasn't really worked out like that. Like, the Queens are a little bit too good at putting that extra damage on. I think, Oh, he is doing it, though. I mean, I would love for that to become a thing, because then, like, me from 8 years ago is going to be like, yeah, see, I told you.
We've got the 1-1 upgrades coming here from Solar. Maru's continuing to roam here. I like this with the Raven, just cleaning up creep tumors.
Yeah.
And he's basically outpacing Solar's ability to kind of
preempt
this. So this is actually quite a bit. And oh, he's just going to go for it. I guess he sees that there's an opening. It's a good thing he didn't, because there was a trap of lings back there.
A trap of lings.
A trap of lings. It just comes out of me, Artosis.
Ooh, that's good, Tasteless.
And it's a good thing Maru didn't overextend, or I think he would have basically given up any lead he had, and all the creep tumors would have been replanted. So nicely done here by Maru, just continuing to be in control of this game.
I like these slight zones that we're getting with the auto turrets as well. That's the new thing that we're seeing out of Maru, like, with this tactic. Like, the way he throws the auto turret down, it kind of forces the Queens to not just right-click forward to keep getting the hits, because the auto turret does put out a lot really Look, he's killed 12 creep tumors.
He
did 4 slings and
17 lings, More lings are coming out now.
That was really cool. And look,
but I think the Hellions basically served their function, so
I liked that.
I think it's fine to trade that out.
Like, right now we have 24 lings being made, so let's see, right? Because he does have that third base landed very, very quickly, which is cool, but, like, if the lings come up and punish him and he doesn't have the Hellions out now, then suddenly we can maybe look at that and say, was that the correct thing? I like the idea behind it very, very much, though.
Okay, here comes the medevac now. Now, this is not a great spot to drop since drones aren't mining, so he's going to go ahead and move through here. But there's quite a lot to answer this, and he's going to end up losing his medevac. He'll have to drop whatever he can get out. Oh, and meanwhile, this harass is getting picked up. Maru almost faster than our observer here. It's hard to keep up.
I would hope he's faster than the observer. Yeah. But no, it is hard to track every single thing he's doing here. He actually has his second factory almost halfway done already. He's coming back out on the map. He has that Raven with him as well. A lot of mines coming down. Very cool stuff that we're seeing. Still reacting at those mines. Already starting his 4th CC. Dude, Maru really is just on another level with Terran. It's just beautiful to see. Like, he is so active. Yeah, the auto turret comes down as he plants those mines, clearing out so many creep tumors already.
Yeah, again, the auto turret placement is so good. I'm glad that you're remarking on it, Artosis, because it could be easily, skipped over. But he's doing a really good job, basically making the surface area not desirable to hit in with the lings.
Oh, absolutely.
Because StarCraft 2 moves so fast, you have to basically move everything at once very often. And there's moments you can't A-click, especially on an auto turret. That's absolutely not a useful way for a Baneling to connect onto anything. It's something that would just disappear in a short period of time.
Dude, this
man, that's Bane at the bottom. Nicely done. Connects pretty well.
Yeah, Solar seems to be clearing this okayly, but yeah, I think overall, like, Maru's playing just phenomenally right now. He's keeping huge amounts of pressure on, but Solar does have 4 bases, going up to Hive as well as that Lurker Den. Has 2-2 on the way, like more than halfway done. Damn, like Solar, I mean, Maru's been putting a lot on Solar, but Solar's not playing half bad here. And he's playing against something that we don't really see, like this kind of more aggressive, many auto turrets, like clearing more creep type of game.
Yeah, and we got to watch this next engagement pretty closely. I think Solar's going to stretch this game out further, but if the next couple of attacks don't go well and a Widow Mine ends up connecting onto any Banes, there could be a chance that Maru would be able to break through this, but as I'm finishing that sentence up, it looks like overall Solar's chased him off his turf.
Yeah, I think that's, he's going to have to slow down just for a moment. Well, as I say that, he just comes in on the other side with a very similar looking small group. But yeah, let's see what he can do. He's multitasking on both sides there, getting some mine hits. Yeah, it seems like Solar's holding well enough so far. Versus can change on a dime. It's 2-2 against 1-1, but that +2 attack almost done here for Maru. Viper's already being made. Getting his Hydra upgrades. He does have that Lurker Den. Also getting the Burrow upgrade, which is kind of cool to see.
Nice pickup here. You know, honestly, Solar's basically doing a good job fending off attacks from both sides. He's able to continue to grow and basically stay one step ahead here of Maru. Let's see how this next push goes, though.
Yeah, if Solar bleeds out too much Lingbane, it could become a big problem. He is making Hydras now to go with this. Starting to upgrade his Lurkers as well, but we don't see those Lurkers as of yet. So it seems like he wants to hold with Lingbane Hydra and then make the Lurkers a little bit later. But really, like, the story right now is whether or not he can hold this 5th base, because Maru's on 4. You don't want to be losing this and going down to 4 base as well. That's a very tough situation.
Yeah, there's just enough Banelings with every fight that it looks like Maru can't quite crack through, but again, more and more Widow Mines are coming here. They're burrowing extremely fast now, and some really nice engagement here from Maru. This might be the first fight he wins. He's going to take the hatchery out. He can kill off these other Banes that are morphing right over here, and that's going to be some real value. Now, does Maru continue to push down here, or does he regroup? That sometimes is the hardest question in StarCraft. After you kill a base, is do you keep going, or do you pull back and try to regroup and have a stronger push later?
Well, he went for it. It didn't quite work out. We're going to have some parasitic bombs going down on a couple of these injured medevacs, so I really like that move as well. Look at that. Eliminates a couple of them. So now it's 4 base, 4 base. So that was a great kill by Maru, but to be fair, we are now on Lurker Viper, which is the most cost-efficient thing you can do as Zerg.
Yeah.
And so that's like, if you're going to be on, you know, the same economy as Maru, this is the unit set that you need to be playing with. So I would say that Solar still has a chance. I mean, Maru is looking ridiculously strong and everything, but, you know, with this unit comp, if he plays this correctly, if he does not throw anything away and spreads correctly for his defense, this is doable.
Yeah, you got to be very careful to not just over-engage into Lurkers, but you know, being out of position like this, that's a pretty big punish. You know, the Zerg needed to remake that hatchery as quickly as possible, and Maru has shut it down again. A few more instances like that happening without any big wins here from Solar, and Maru's going to slowly skate ahead like he does in almost every one of his games.
A lot more Lings being produced right now. Solar coming up in that supply. Maru's basically maxed out, adding Ghosts now, getting some Siege Tanks out, getting that plus weapons for Siege Tanks as well. Actually gets a kill onto that hatchery. Boosting by as the Lurkers burrow. Gonna shoot the other hatchery from behind. Damn, man.
He's really everywhere. And now this drop's coming into the main, which is going to make things even more complicated. You know, Maru's doing a great job of basically punishing the fact that Zerg teched into Lurkers, and he knows that, you know, Lurkers can't really be everywhere at once, right? You have to constantly reposition.
Yeah, and I gotta say, one thing I really like that we're seeing from Solar here, and it kind of like plays into his image as a very brainy, smart Zerg.
Yeah.
He's using a lot of parasitic bombs, which is important, right? Like, if you're putting those, like for instance, those drops that were in the main base, he killed the medevacs, which is, you know, that's the one way to really shut that down and put some damage onto Maru's actual army quality. So love what I'm seeing there.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Again, though, I just worry that Maru. Oh, that was sick.
Yeah.
That was insane. I worry that Maru's just going to eventually outgrow him. You know, most of what we're watching here, from the observer standpoint, is the fights happening over the Zerg's area, where the Zerg either defends successfully or loses a base. But on the other side of the map, there's just more bases here for Maru. And I love this play here. Just staying out of range of the lurker, snipes the hatchery.
Yeah, taking minimal damage while picking off the hurt building. Oh, that is just amazing from Maru. The amount of pressure he's keeping on. Look at this. He still has the siege tanks over here at the watchtower. I love it, man. He's inspiring to watch.
Yeah, it's truly impressive. The Nidus network is coming now. And as Terran begins to stretch out more and more on the map, taking more bases, sometimes this is the best moment to have a Nidus network in the main.
Yeah, and he hits this 5th base, so he's at least going to keep Maru on like somewhat equal economy right now. And yeah, let's see what he's going to do with the Nidus. I'm looking around. Is that an Overlord in like the right below Maru's main? No, I don't think so actually. We'll see where he sends it. Okay, I think I see like a speed overseer going to the top left, so maybe he's going to go top left and shift click it over to top right.
Now, there's going to be a small push down here. I think Solar's learned his lesson and has repositioned the lurkers where there really isn't a workaround here. All those, not all of them, but some of them are in range where even if you tried to scoop down through the bottom, you'd get punished.
Yeah, Maru starts to come in. That is, yeah, you're going to lose everything right there.
Yeah. Solar's now growing up into the upper left side of the map. And, you know, honestly, has really held his own this entire game. Despite losing a base here or there, he's really fought back well.
Yeah, and I really like the style. Just the fact that, like, he had a hard time keeping the bases alive, but rushed up to his hive that quickly. Oh, wow, looks like the Ghost cleared out the possible incoming Nidus there.
Yeah.
A couple Vikings are being made now as well, so I think he has a decent idea of what Solar's thinking about. By the way, Solar is expanding everywhere right now and Nidusing over at the 5th base location of Maru.
This is a unique dilemma for the Terran because you have a base in the top left and a base in the bottom right. It's kind of hard to hit both of those at once. And so even if you manage to take out one of those bases, there's another one that's already in the opposite location. And if Maru doesn't take out one of these bases, this game is going to come to an end pretty soon.
Yeah. I gotta say, Solar's putting out a really high-quality game. Maru definitely dictated a lot of this game, but Solar, with this unit comp, he's like, hasn't been wasteful. Let's see if that's gonna change. This is 1,000,000 lurkers. My God.
Whoa, yeah. Big overextension there from Solar. A little bit overconfident that he could just basically force his way into that position. And, you know, between the Ghosts and the tanks, there's no way that's going to be an even trade.
The amount of Zergs that throw just like that, ZBT is actually almost disturbing. It's like, when people started using lurkers, there were a lot of planetaries that were getting blown up. But I feel like Terrans have gotten better against that. There's a lot more deep tank lines. There's a lot more Ghosts around to help with that. And I feel like that strategy in general has diminishing returns. So would like to see Solar continue to kind of stay back in a slightly more defensive posture. Of course, that's always a little bit tough against Maru since he is very good at Supreme Late Game TVZ.
Yeah, but we're in Supreme Late Game, and right now I think Solar's honestly in a better spot. He's certainly banked up more minerals and gas, but the only spot that Terran can realistically take right now, it has creep on it too.
Yeah.
I mean, Solar is basically just has to keep this position and win any fights that come out from the Terran, and he should be in good shape. He could do a little bit better on his creep spread, but other than that, I mean, Solar is really playing one of the better ZVTs we've ever seen.
He is. He really, really is. He's played an awesome, awesome game here, and he's taken a lot of the map control. Maru, he's adding like so many command centers. He's adding a ton of planetaries, continuing to get which upgrades are missing. And, you know, a little bit of harassment, a little bit of damage here and there.
Oh my God,
but even something like that, yeah, he saves it, but let's say that he doesn't save it. Let's say that gets killed, but he loses all those units. The hatchery is actually worth a lot less than that many units, right?
No!
Oh, well, he does end up killing it there. But you know, a hatchery is worth less money than 3 Marauders at this point in the game. Like, if you think about it, with the bank that Solar has, he doesn't actually need that base yet.
When you're in the early part of a game, you know, a hatchery or command center is a big deal because there's not that much money to work with. But once you're mining out, you know, the entire map, it's peanuts.
Yeah, eventually you have to think about overall cost efficiency and stuff. I bet you, it feels like it's time for Maru to go into mass nukes from here. Start doing some nuke pushes and stuff.
Seems like it.
Because, yeah, he has to do a lot of stuff here because Solar is not throwing anymore. He made the one attack that looked like it could have been, but he pulled back without losing too much. So, yeah, he's just kind of playing a very smart game here, and his bank is going up and up and up because he's not wasting things. So, yeah, how does Maru actually fight back in this situation? Look at this. Oh, my God. He has 17 tanks, 11 ghosts. He has almost no bio. I love it.
Seems like Zerg is going to make a stand here, trying to make sure that there's no way for Maru to expand in this upper left area. Again, there's only one base, really, that Maru can take and try to mine from. And so, at this point in time, with the way the game's gone, Zerg can basically trade unfavorably into this position over and over, and it's probably going to be fine for him.
Dude, this is an amazing unit composition, though, that Maru's making. Right? He has almost no Marauders and Marines. Those are not going to be that efficient at this point, right?
Yeah, I love that he's putting the Nidus there basically so a command center can't land.
Yeah.
We've never really seen a Nidus quite used like that. Like, it's not really the goal to have stuff come out from that position. He just wants a building there. Kind of like when you know, Zerg drops creep under a command center that's going to float somewhere.
And actually, for the Zerg point of view, that's like a kind of a tempo-based play, right?
Yeah.
Because if Solar can trade at, like, you know, if he can trade even at a slight deficit here, but keep Maru off of that base for long enough, he'll win.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very intelligent move that he's doing there as well. I'm actually, like, just completely, like, I already knew these two players were amazing, but this is just such a great game. This is a fantastic game. And the fact that Maru is, like, going for a composition that looks like this, where it's like, there's so much efficiency here. The fact that it's, like, tanks and ghosts for the most part, and he's just utilizing, like, EMP on the Vipers. He's using a ton of snipes. He's pushing slowly but surely. And, you know, just letting things like Planetary Siege Tank grind through.
Yeah. Where's the ghost? Oh, I see it now. Okay. Couldn't find it for a second.
You're not allied with Maru, man.
So he's got this base up. Now, Zerg still has enough of the map. By the way, take a look at this. Inside the planetary, the sensor field down there at the bottom right, there's a hatchery coming.
Oh,
he's expanding
the rich gas, yeah.
He's expanding within vision, basically, on the mini-map of the Terran. Kind of an awkward angle to come in here. Whenever you have, especially StarCraft 2, units start to hug the corner, like, you need to move directly through the middle of areas. You don't want to right-click somewhere where everybody's getting, you get congestion with the army movement around turns. That is especially bad against a Terran that has siege tanks.
Yeah. No, totally. And the composition that Maru has made, you can't really attack him with a lurker-based army at all because all of his units are basically good against this now. If you're, like, running up your lurkers, they're taking 1,000,000 shots to kill one tank.
Right.
So we see that he's actually switching over now into Broodlord Infestor for the most part. But Maru is already on top of that. He's starting to add some Thors in as well. Don't forget, he already has been making Vikings. He has a lot of Ghosts. So, well, I don't think it's a bad idea to go Broodlord Infestor. I mean, I can't think of anything better to do against Maru's strategy here, against his unit composition. But it's like Maru, I think, can still play against this as well. Damn, man, Solar is actually putting out such a good game.
Yeah, Solar's playing the ZVT of his life. I'm really impressed. Although he's lost that spot in the top left, he did mine out a decent amount from there. In fact, I think it's possible that half of the minerals at that base are gone.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't notice how many drones he actually sent up there, but that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Like, anything he can suck out of there, because he has bottom right mining.
Right. So he just basically sidesteps the nuke. Terran's going to push down here in the bottom. Is this going to be responded with Zerg coming to defend this, or Zerg attacking into the top?
He's going to burrow a few lurkers here. Those can be cleaned up relatively easily, though. Just throws that scan down. Going to kill 2 of the lurks, so very nice move there from Maru. The single Liberator coming out for its harassment.
Yeah, that gets killed off. You know, Solar seems like he's had enough of the map that it can get pretty abusive, but Maru has finally gotten to the point where he's just starting to bank lots of minerals, lots of gas. We've casted many games like this before, and the general rule you're watching for is whoever mined the most on the map is probably going to win as long as they are trading reasonably efficiently. And so this causes a problem here for Maru, who has not even been able to dominate his half of the map.
Yeah.
It's been something like 65% map dominance here as far as bases with Solar.
Yeah, he really has to clear top left and keep it cleared.
Yeah, and he needs to
That's
soak
going to
up
be
all the
how
minerals.
Solar wins, is
Right.
that top left base.
What a first game this is, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna be here for at
epic.
least a half hour in this game.
Oh, yes, easily. I think today is quite likely to be very long.
I think so.
Like, SOS is preferring some Supreme-like games as well if he starts playing Solar. He is really into, like, Tempest Carrier type play. So Broodlord and Infestor, we have some Vipers, we have some Lurkers. Ooh, nice EMPs coming out.
Yeah, not bad at all. The Broodlord's going to come down here and just start to hammer at all these units on the low ground. There's enough shots coming out that these Banelings can't quite connect. And basically, Maru can keep nuking this area. The Zerg, unless the Zerg just doesn't notice this nuke, should be able to run away. So that's what he's going to do. He's just going to pull out of this area. Looks like a lot of these Infestors are going to be hit.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's some very hurt Infestors. Kills one as well. And don't forget, like, Terran basically in this matchup will never spend all of their gas. So you can, in my opinion, you can think of nukes as just 100 minerals.
Yeah.
So if you're killing, you know, what's the math on it? Like, if you kill one Infestor with a nuke, it is way more than paid for itself.
Right. So, I mean, Maru is slowly fighting back. I guess this base down there in the bottom he could take, but I feel like Zerg can easily, with the fact that the minerals are pointed towards Zerg, I feel like there's just so many ways to punish that.
Well, yeah, it's like the low mineral rich geyser bases are so weird to take on this map.
Yeah,
like,
for the Terran too.
Yeah, for anyone to mine from those, it's like, oh, they're in such a weird spot. Like, you have to really control that part of the map to be able to mine from there. So those are probably, like, it's very reasonable that we could see this game in a situation where those are everything that's left and no one can mine from them, you know?
Right. Okay, coming forward. This is kind of a funny little no man's land in between these two areas, but what's most important to note is that to the upper left of the screenshot we had earlier, the Zerg is still soaking up all the minerals and gas from this base. I think Maru is probably going to lose this game in the long run, unless we see some pretty insane engagements where Terran wipes out the entire army, gets a push, closes everything out, and then is able to fight whatever else is going to be remaxing here.
Yeah, you're actually right. He mined a lot of the minerals there already.
Yeah, 2 patches almost gone.
Yeah, that's definitely painful. Oof.
Yeah, and I just don't see a moment where Maru is going to gain any ground here. I mean, basically, Zerg doesn't actually have to kill the Terran's bases anymore. The Zerg knows there's a finite amount of minerals on the Terran side, and it's much less than what the Zerg is having to work with. And so basically, Zerg can just run the clock, mine everything out if he wants to, and then go for a fight.
Ooh, I like this move that we're actually seeing. Look at how he sets up the ranged Liberators. This is to zone back the Infestors.
Yeah, it's
so
pretty
that the
smart.
Infestors can't come up and do fungals or you know, Neurals or anything like that. I really like that play. That's actually something that Maru was using a few years ago against Infestors, where he mass siege the Liberators so they couldn't really get up on him.
Yeah.
Remember when he was going like mass Liberator, mass Thor for a little bit? You remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah, it was cool. I mean, Maru's starting to push
in
here.
That was a game against Solar once.
Ooh, nuke.
Oh my! If he had
really
gotten
good
that
fungal
off,
there. Whoa!
That would have been some front page Reddit material right there, too.
Yeah, I like this, though, just running up here. It's funny to see him just mining the gas. I feel like it's more important to mine from this base than anywhere else. Because it's not just that you're getting the resources there, you're taking that away from the Terran if they push in there, you know?
Totally. Anything you can get from it is really good. You know, obviously Zerg is wanting gas a little bit more than Terran in this matchup for sure. So to grab that gas, I can't fault him on that.
So, I mean, Zerg just kind of waltzes in and retakes the bases that Terran wipes out. Again, it's 8K in minerals here, 3K in gas. I can't imagine how many larvae are actually waiting to just be turned into something here. Nukes coming over here.
This is such a funny game, right? Like, look at these weird armies that we have. I guess the Zerg army isn't that weird. We've seen armies that look like that a lot of times. But the Terran army's kind of a funny numbers. He's got like 3 Marauders. He's got 2 mines. He's got 5 medevacs to go with those 8 ghosts. He's almost got a medevac per ghost here. 9 Vikings, 5 Liberators. I gotta tell you, he's missing a single Raven. 1 Raven would be good.
1 Raven would complete that. That would be the cherry on the cupcake. So Terran finally comes into this area. Now, I don't know if Zerg is going to try to pounce on that or what.
Yeah, and look, I mean, even though Solar got some of that, don't forget we still have the 2 rich geyser bases that can be mined from. They've been almost zero mining has occurred there so far.
Right. Okay, he's going to come through here. Beautifully done.
Yeah, the Blinding Cloud's doing fantastic on top of those Thors, pushing them back.
Wow. Terran just getting all chewed up over here. The Corruptor's now hitting those Liberators.
Oh, he actually does not have any detection there. So the Infestors just like burrow moved under all those Liberators before they were actually all dead as well.
Kind of an insane game, and Terran wounded is having to flee from this situation here, and there's going to be an opening for the Zerg to then come in here and sweep up this base that is in the northwestern part of this map.
Yeah, this is looking like a Solar victory, man.
Yeah,
there's like no bank left for Maru. He is going to lose bases and everything. Still Solar maxed out with a gigantic bank of 8K, 3K.
So that's going to be it for that base, and I think that's probably it for Maru's opportunities. You know, he's had to go back into his coffers and use up his savings.
Yeah. Even running out of gas at this point.
Yeah, the C-25 gas, that's kind of the big indicator. Like, you can't just make a tank now or anything else. You know what I mean? Like, well, there's a point where you have so much, you just make whatever you can think of. But that was the moment where Zerg basically won that fight, has continued to dominate economically, and I think we're going to, when we eventually do go into Game 2, which should be in a minute or two here, we're going to need to see Maru play, I think, a little bit better in the mid-game.
Huh.
You know, basically, Maru was
you think
sort
he was
of winning.
like overextending or something?
Yeah, and I think what happened was Solar basically pushed Maru back on both fronts, then expanded on both fronts, and then Maru really wasn't pushed anymore. Zerg basically had map dominance.
Maru went into an extremely defensive unit comp, which in turn did force the Broodlord Infestor tech switch because the Lurkers weren't going to do anything from there, right?
Right.
So that's a hard line to tread. I wonder how Maru's going to try to fix that. Actually, I think I have a good idea. I think that Solar should go pool first in the next game. I think Maru can look at this and be like, oh, I don't want to be put in this position again.
Yeah.
And Maru busts out his good old proxy 2 racks.
Yeah. I think that he's going to play a very different game. I think you're probably right about that prediction. So Terran's still trying to get anything done here. We have long-distance mining happening with these SCVs.
Yeah, Solar here still with a 6K bank. Wait, I'm confused. He was making a layer. So you just want more health for sucking out energy or something? Must be, right?
I think so. So Terran's still getting a little bit here. Again, the dilemma, though, is you can't get gas. I mean, until he starts to mine from that. But, I mean, you know, without gas, you really can only make Marines and Hellions, which are not going to be very handy. Another big engagement coming in here, and so many Banes rolling in!
Oh, my god. Yeah, the Bane's going to get in on top of just about everything. The Thors are doing some serious work, but it's not going to be enough. Everything looks like it's going to get cleaned up at this point. Yeah, look at this. The Knurls coming out as well. And GG. What a game from Solar.
Solar, you know, playing the ZVT of his life.
I think the early game, Maru looked amazing there, too. He was all over the place. I really liked the Raven Hellion ideas that he had on. The timing of landing that third base was super cool.
Right.
He busted up the fifth base, which was nice. That was a very good game.
It was a really nice long TVZ. I really appreciate that. And I think you probably are right in your prediction, dude. I think he's going to do a proxy.
Yeah. It's time.
Right? He has to.
Yes. Yes, he's Maru. Like, he has those anyways, but, like, Solar avoided a lot of the pitfalls that other Zergs have in this matchup. Like, he started to attack the Lurkers, and he's like, no. He has enough tanks. He has enough planetaries. Let's not do this.
Yeah,
and he played that long, drawn-out game. He took his time. He grinded Maru down.
All right, guys, this is game 2 on Lightshade.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, Maru.
What is going on? Okay.
Kaizi Gaming, Solar.
All right, so I guess it's not going to be a Proxy Rex.
Yeah, this is
But it is a gas first. I mean, he might just... I'm trying to think what he wants to do here. I was going to say maybe he switches it up into like a battlecruiser and a mech build or something, but honestly, 2000 Atmospheres is a great map for that, and he skipped it there. He's not going to do it on Lightshade, right?
I don't know.
Could be. I mean...
The weird thing about that last game was, like, Solar really just straight up played better than Maru in pretty much every metric, which is kind of crazy to say.
Yeah,
like, Maru really couldn't keep up and couldn't stop the Zerg. Well, you know, we bring this up from time to time, but, you know, like, when you're against the really good Zergs, no matter which StarCraft you're in, or even which expansion in StarCraft 2, the Zergs that are the scariest are the ones where you can't, like, leave your base, where they just kill everything. Mm-hmm. That game got to that point. Mm-hmm. Maru's got, like, one position in the top left. He's trying to basically have everything angled at and fight, and Zerg's just, like, holding back.
Yeah. And
then right when the Zerg sees the Terran's overextended a little bit, he dives on it and just wipes everything out.
Yeah, the grinding down of Solar there was amazing. It was just... I loved the decision making. It was really awesome. And this is an exciting season, I think, in a lot of ways, because some of these previous seasons, like, they were good, and we were excited about certain things like Zaun, for instance, you know, coming up and looking really good, and is Bjorn gonna reach his old glory? You know, there's been some fun storylines and stuff, but this season, actually, it feels like Solar is a bit renewed, and it really feels to me like SOS is super renewed.
Yeah.
And these are some players that are, like, you know, these are big parts of StarCraft's history where you, like, want them to do well, and you know, you want them in their top shape, and they haven't had the greatest time for the last couple of years, but now they're looking really good.
I really like that we've been casting this game for a long time. I think an RTS really actually needs years before it really has kind of developed enough to where we not only understand the game more, like, honestly, guys, and I know there's, like, personally, for me, I find it annoying, these people that just nostalgia trip.
Yeah.
Like, those were the best days the first few years. I'm like, go back and watch the games.
Yeah.
I encourage you to go back and look at that. I mean, it was fun and it was a different time, but we did not have the kind of quality games that we have now.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the excitement is high when things are new, which is why people have those really positive associations, even though, without a doubt, the games are better now, and we understand what's going on, which means it's like there's more truth in the beauty, if that makes sense. But yeah, that is kind of an interesting thing about StarCraft and RTS in general, is that, you know, a lot of games, like, you have them and they're competitive for a bit, and like the older they get, you're like, there's like a lot wrong. Whereas with RTS, it's like the longer they're around, you're like, oh my god, it just keeps getting deeper and more beautiful and more awesome.
People are able to find more stuff inside the game, or ideas start to come out, or we end up with some sort of enhancement in mid-game or late game that people, you know, new optimizations or different tech or completely new ideas. But yeah, a lot of people nostalgia trip, and I always say, look, I mean, it was fun because everything was new, and you know, we don't know what the future holds, but the games that we have now are so much better.
Yeah, and backed up by, you know, all the stories over time, and then like seeing all the different ways that these different strats are being played and watching the evolution. It's really quite nice. And this is like the longest we've gone without a balance patch too. It's been a year.
Yeah.
A little over a year.
Nothing's gone haywire yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not in some sort of unplayable state, which could have happened previous times. So
right.
I mean, obviously, it would be kind of nice to get a patch, but still, we're having some good variety. She's holding up, Tasteless.
She's holding up.
If StarCraft 2 had a hood, I'd pat it right now.
So in this game, I mean, it's been mostly passive. We've had a couple pokes from the Terran, but
yeah, decent little drone kills here and there, and the Cloaked Banshees flying around, getting the damage done that they can.
Yep.
Evos are coming a little bit behind the E-Bays here of Maru. Flying up to the main. He's not very likely to find much damage here.
Yeah, he's not going to get much done with this. We've got Stim done with 1-1 coming. Terran taking a third. Again, a pretty slow start. I think this is a map where you can have action early, but so far we don't have that.
Healing speed coming up with that 1-1. Be interesting to see how Solar wants to play this. Are we going to end up seeing a Spire? Are we going to end up seeing a Hydralisk Den? Possibly go directly into Hive. Lots of Lings being produced.
Okay,
yeah, it's a very solid 3-base economy right now, so I do like the addition of the Lings before redroning.
Yeah, the game will continue to build up here. The Banshees scanning here and then taking out the creep tumors is probably the best usage you can get from them right now. Is this Link just going to be able to run in here?
Possibly. Killing off a few more tumors there.
So I think the push is going to be coming now. I don't see any really easy area to push in other than the bottom, or the center left, I should say.
Yeah.
You know, I think you can get that. This probably will be a Terran win. Unless Sir can fight back. You can basically park just on the edge of the creep.
Yeah, and not just that, he's going to have 1-1 combat shields. They're all lined up. So look, as he's hitting here, his upgrades are finishing, which means he's up 2 upgrades. Lings don't like to be down 2 upgrades against Stim Bio.
Ooh, and he's even going to kill off these other Banes over here.
Yeah, he is getting on top of that hatch.
Look at how he splits this. Even the placement of the Hellions there in the front.
And Solar's going to dive in. He has to clear this. Ooh, okay, gets the tanks.
Yeah, the problem is that there's no Banelings right now, and so these Marines can basically win this fight.
Yeah.
As long as he targets the Banes, and he does. And Terran wins this by leaps and bounds, honestly.
You know what? That was kind of crazy because 1-1 just finished like 1 second ago here for Solar.
Oh, I actually missed that. I'm glad you're pointing that out.
If he had 1-1 for all that, I think he actually might have saved the hatchery.
GG. Maru takes game 2.
Because that was close enough, being down 2 upgrades. Like 2 upgrades in Lings versus Marines is
a lot.
It's insanity how much it swings it. So
well, it's funny how the damage spikes up on both sides, but if one starts to get like an edge and in like a quarter of a second of that, how quickly it just swings the whole fight. We even saw it in the end there when those Marines were surrounded by the Lings, and it's like, no, attack and armor are good right now.
Yeah.
We're all just barely going to not die.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be healed up by the medevac, and then you're going to lose.
Yeah, it was greatly done there by Maru. And, I mean, Solar seems pretty unfazed, honestly. Although I almost feel like he should be a little bit tilted from that, right? Because that was such a fast victory for Solar after for Maru after Solar had to grind out game 1 in such a way. And if only he had been able to just kind of get that 1-1 a little bit quicker, maybe hold on to that 4th base. I mean, Late Shade was Maru's map pick, so he takes it down. Good on him.
Very straightforward, strong push from the Terran. Let's see what happens in game 3. You know, it can be hard looking back on game 1 to really see if there was any major moment where Maru did something wrong other than the, I guess, I mean, it's not really that insightful, but he didn't really succeed with any of those pushes. But maybe with those pushes in game 1, he was being a little bit too fancy. He was actually hitting too many locations at once, where it might have been better to just actually put everything together and just have a focused, like a laser-focused attack, like we had in that last game. I mean, he killed off some creep at the top of the map with the Banshee, and then basically just looked at the 4th base and said, all right, we're going to set up cleanly here. We're going to engage. We may see the same thing in game 3.
Yeah. Controlling the creep, obviously a big part of that because the creep spread is not down, like kind of extending beyond the 9 o'clock base very far at all. He had like 1 tumor beyond that, so that was a quick push from Maru. But yeah, I mean, the harassment overall with the Hellions into the Banshees, just kind of like slowing him a little bit, and all that stuff just stacking up for Maru's push to end up winning the game.
Yeah.
All right, so map 3, it's going to be Romanticide. Oh, this is like, I think the best map for mech builds.
Yeah.
Will we see that out of Maru? Like, if he wants to go to a late game, because the thing is, this map is very good for defending, right? Like, it's less likely, I think, for Maru to be able to just come in and kill a base.
Will he do proxy racks? You were talking about he might do that in game 2, but
there's some serious proxy racks on this map. You know, with like that mineral wall at the 3rd base, like over in that area, we've seen some very tricky maneuvers.
Yeah,
maybe.
Kind of a tense moment here. I mean, Maru basically flexed pretty hard in game 2.
Yeah, you do not want to go to the loser match either.
No,
this
is a hard group. This is a really, really tough group.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go into game 3 now. The winner goes on to the winners match here in Group B of the GSL.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, Maru. Kaizi Gaming, Solar.
Exciting game. No proxy racks. Yeah, let's see, man. I actually kind of want to see a mech game. I like Maru's mech. Feels a little bit different from most people's mech. It feels like he moves around more with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And not just like a battle mech comp, but like
and not like Gumiho either.
Yeah, no, very different. Well, Gumiho really is the most different of the mech players.
Yeah. Yeah, Gumiho was sort of showing that there were still Terran styles we haven't yet seen, where, you know, a lot of times we kind of assume that what we see now will always be the way the game is approached. But so again, no proxy here. You know, we've been confident 2 games in a row that Maru was going to do this. But
yeah, I thought for sure we'd end up seeing one.
Definitely had entire years where Maru proxied more than he didn't proxy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's dialed it into a little bit more conservative play.
Who knows? Maybe if they meet in the final match again, because that can always happen, right?
That's true. You
Maybe
don't know
that's
if you're
where
done.
You busted out.
Yeah, you don't know if you're done with this opponent yet.
Yeah.
It's one of the funny things about GSL groups is that you end up with these rematches where you've got this other opponent in your group that's just, he's really the one you have to overcome the whole way. Oh, he's going 2nd racks right now. Okay. Oh, is this going to be that really marine heavy game? That marine heavy play? Do you remember some of these games where
They went for the double quick racks. I want to say actually Dream is the guy who first pulled it out, but like sudden heavy marine pressure in the center, and then you followed up with the siege tank and medevacs.
Yeah.
That I wonder if it's going to be that.
Yeah, I think it absolutely could be.
Yeah. All right. All right. It looks like he's going to go towards stim there. I mean, yeah, I'm fascinated. I'm really excited to see exactly how Maru's gonna play from here.
We can totally have very long games on this map. I mean, you were mentioning earlier it's kind of hard to have any good place to hit the third base.
Yeah.
Although I suppose Terrence can kind of push up behind those minerals at the third and kind of abuse that area.
This almost looks like a 2-on-1, like the two medevacs flying out with the Marines really quickly.
Oh sure, like what Innovation does every game.
the old Bjorn build, remember? Yeah. That year where Bjorn won the world championship and did that build every single game in like most of the matchups.
yeah.
He's like, I am very good at microing these.
Yeah,
yes,
I
Bjorn,
am
you
so
are.
good at this one thing. And so, I mean, if that's going to be what we've got, it's going to the action will pick up in a minute or two here. But if I would have to imagine that Maru probably just wants to take a few very concentrated fights well and try to close it out. I don't think you want to get into that late game with Solar again.
Well, a 2-on-1 can speed him right along, right?
Is this Overlord going to scout this?
Oh, well, he sees that is a suspicious amount of Marines for sure.
Right.
He did not see the other buildings.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. The reactor.
But yeah, the positioning of that. I think he knows it's a 2-on-1 now.
Yeah, I think he has to just play as if it's that, and it is that.
Yeah, he starts a Baneling Nest. He's making more queens. You want to have like 7 queens plus 1 carapace going and a lot of lings to hold this. Let's see. He's making a lot of lings. Yeah, here comes the Evo now. I think he got enough intel because that's not where you would make Hellions from ever, right?
Right.
That would just not be the move. Oops. What's his queen count at? Has he got 6?
What do you think about this add-on not being used right now? The reactor.
Oh, I didn't notice actually.
Yeah, he's got something
right?
landed next to it. I'm just curious about that.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that's all about.
Yeah, if he wants to make another add-on later and stick
Like,
something
if
else there, it's just kind of...
Oh, it's the one that the... Oh, I see. Okay, so maybe he's going up to the tech lab on that instead.
Nice kill. Does snipe one queen and pulls away at the last second. Maru's so precise with that.
A second factory?
Oh, weird.
Interesting.
So it's going to be upgraded bio, switching into mech.
You think so?
Yeah.
Or is he just going to go for really quick Widow Mines to go with this?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, he throws down 2 eBays, so I think
Yeah,
he
never
wants
mind.
to get like drilling claws and 1,000,000 Widow Mines.
Yeah. And basically offset the Zerg's position where a surprising number of Widow Mines where it's just kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, there it is, drilling claws. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is a neat take on the strategy.
Yeah, I
here
actually
from Maru.
misread it. I thought he might be going for like massive amounts of
total mech switch.
Yeah, we've seen this happen sometimes in StarCraft where it's like full-on tech switch.
Yeah.
Really good control here with those Banes, or with those Marines against the Banes.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit from Maru.
Oh
He's
my
going to
God.
force the cancel there on that 4th base, which is really nice.
First major blow here. The Zerg's 4th base has been stopped.
Yeah, 1-1 now starting for Maru.
Gets it again. He can actually chase his queens on a creep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, any picks he can get right now
He's
are
so
really good.
sick. He's so good. Look at that. Escapes perfectly, can regroup, then heal up. And again, we haven't incorporated the Widow Mines yet with the drilling claws.
Yeah.
But that's coming. He's kept the creep back. He basically has a very good set of territory to launch attacks on. Doesn't even get that canceled. Actually, just outright kills the hatchery.
Damn, man.
Insta
we just gotta
dives
keep
into
doing
the
this
main.
forever?
Yeah. Comes here to the natural. I don't know why I decided this was the main. I just said that, but it's not true. And he backs up. He'll regroup over here.
Flies into Solar's 5th. I'm like, Tasis, that is...
This isn't happening. As I said it, I'm
We're
looking. I'm
7
like,
minutes
yeah.
into the game,
I'm
man.
Like, I've casted a lot of games on this map. I don't know what to say. He, once again, has not been able to get this 4th base up here. Now, when these Widow Mine drops, it's going to pull a lot of these Lings away. So he's going to drop 1, 2 over here. And then continues to drop.
It's actually, Solar's dealing with it pretty darn well, to be honest. Yeah, no, that was about as clean a dealing with as you could get in this situation.
Yeah, he shut it down pretty well.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Another attack in over here. There's just not enough Marines, though, this time. Somehow that one gets away, wiggles out of there. Now, 1-1's almost done. And he's going to have a very good position to set up and really launch attacks from this high ground coming down from the ramp. But first, another Widow Mine drop. And again, the Zerg has to have, like, instant reactions here if this is going to work.
And Solar has instant reactions here.
Yeah.
He is playing so fast right now. Normally, by now, we would have had one that cut like 7, you know?
Yeah,
but we're seeing a maximum of 2 kills for these mines.
Each one of those burrowed Widow Mines is a purchased lottery ticket. You know, if your opponent doesn't react in time, then you can devastate the economy. And sometimes that's all you need when you have a small group of Marines on the outside of their base as well.
He's continuing to produce a lot of mines here. Still getting this up here. Oh,
that was so sick.
15 kills.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just continues to send out these medevacs full of the mines. Let's see if Solar can keep this up. Trying to drop those off. Nice burrow and reburrow moves going on.
Yeah, I didn't expect to have this much dropping. I kind of thought he was going to put all the mines in with the push, but so far this may end up playing into Solar's hands here if he can keep this up.
Well, yeah, he hasn't really done as much as he was looking to. That's for sure. I think he thought he'd get at least a couple mines that killed big chunks of drones, but so far Solar's defense has been great, but Maru is keeping him pretty far down in bases. Like he's had a hard time actually securing that 4th. It is up now, the 5th base getting canceled there. And don't forget, Solar is going up into Lurker Tech here as well. He's on that hive, so it's looking like for Maru, he's opened very, very extremely differently than Game 1, but a very similar game plan from Solar here as Game 1, where he did win. Oh, damn, 30 drones there. Let's do the mine drop there.
Oh. Yeah, this is a pretty insane push here from the Terran. There's a lot of Widow Mines. They're going to connect directly. Yeah, and Terran is just everywhere. Whoa, it's like 360 degrees of Terran's pushing. It's like Terran's push up over the high ground behind the minerals. I'm like, was Terran on every spot on the map there? Was that the last building Zerg had?
Marines unburrow in the drone line. I'm like, damn, Maru.
That was weird. That looked like a
spherical flank.
It was like a really close game until suddenly, there was just Marines at every single angle. Drones were literally taking off their masks and they had Terran helmets on and they were shooting down the other drones. I'm like, okay, man.
You made your point. He's
dead. Yeah.
I think Solar, he played well. He won that first game. That Romanticide game, like, that was really interesting from Maru. He macroed up really quickly. He kept the aggression on. Solar was blocking the drops, but it wasn't enough. Quick commercial break, then match 2, SOS against Dream.
Sun comes over mountains and valleys, turn to gold. Forests shed their winter and birds.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘에 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
함께 모이면 홈파티. 홈파티엔 먹방. 먹방엔 칠성사이다. 맛있어. 맛있는 자리에 빠질 수 없는 청량함. 칠성사이다.
퇴근하고 뭐해? 퇴근하고? 오늘은 유셰프, 내일은 유러너, 주말엔 유목수. 그걸 다? 본캐부터 부캐까지 하고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타 콘트라베이스. 이번 주 등산 어때? 등산, 캠핑? 그래서 주말엔 낚시? 내가 낚인 거지. 그래도 나오니까 좋잖아. 일상에서 취미까지 나누고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타. 아이시스 8.0을 챙긴다는 건 건강한 생각까지 챙긴다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0. 아이시스 8.0을 연다는 건 조금 이른 아침을 연다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16, Group B. Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. 2021 GSL Season 3, Codex. Africa TV, Freakup Studio Live. 2021 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. SOS versus Dream is coming up. Maru versus Solar turned out to be a lot more interesting than I think a lot of us expected. Maru did come out victorious, but he really had to fight for it. Especially that game one was very cool.
Yeah, that was a really fun series. I enjoyed it quite a bit, and you know, I think that there's still shots for Solar in this group. It's a tough one, but we'll see what he can do. Coming up next, we're going to have a Dream against SOS. And, well, like, Dream has been doing very well, as you can see, right? Super Tournament round of 4, GSL round of 4, Super Tournament number 2 round of 8, round of 16. You know, he's had a pretty decent year. He's in good shape. He's looking strong. But, and also I want to say that I think Terran versus Protoss, he's very good at. I really like his Terran versus Protoss. I think he's very solid at the matchup. I like his style. It's very biocentric. It's very aggressive. Lots of micro in it. But his opponent, SOS, is like, when he's on, he's like not the guy you want to face. And I think he's in great shape right now. And I mean, PVT, his PVT never looks weak. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, his PVZ sometimes looks weak, but never his PVT.
SOS really is a genius. He's had some of the most insane moments in StarCraft 1 or 2 history. I mean, this guy really is like,
look at that smile.
Hardwired. He's thinking about something he's going to do in the game, no doubt. He just figured out some unique situation, 1 in a million in a game, and he's like, oh no, that's how you solve that.
Yeah. He's like, there's been over 1 million games of StarCraft 2. It's time for this one to work.
But he, you know, SOS the last couple of years really hasn't delivered. This is the 2-time world champion, the player that was it last year he did the Nexus inside the main?
Yeah, against Bunny.
Year, right? Yeah,
like beginning of last year, I think
yeah,
it was.
First season. I think it was first game actually of the season. Anyways, SOS versus Dream,
GSL
game 1 in Group B.
3.
Let's go.
Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Good Game Gaming, Dream.
Do we have this plastic sheath in between us? I have to look at your screen. I feel like I'm in prison right now, like trying to watch what's on your monitor because.
Well, we got to give you a telephone to cast into.
Yeah,
so you really
talk
feel
to you.
it's like a visitor.
We got to put our hands on the plastic glass between us and touch.
You say something I don't like, I hang up on you, walk away. You're like,
No!
that was my visitation.
Please bring me cigarettes.
Kind of a close score overall between them. Not too bad.
So SOS gets the scout right away here in the bottom right. This is a 4-player map here, so we do have some different games. We've talked about this before, but sometimes hiding a base somewhere in the north for either side can have great success.
Yeah, it definitely could, and that's something SOS tries enough that I think you probably scout for it no matter what if the game goes long.
Right.
Actually, remember his PvP that he had on this map last season where he tried to hide the Nexus like 3 times. I think it was Trap found it every single time.
Yeah, that's right.
He kept canceling and remaking it.
Yeah.
And eventually it was just like, okay, you don't have any units is the problem now.
You've now not had a Nexus 3 times in a row. They've got the gas steal.
Oh, cute. Don't see that very often.
Yeah. This was really something from StarCraft 1 that a lot of people tried to do in StarCraft 2 when it came out, but you have 2 gases. Now limiting half of the income of gas for the Terran is not bad, but this usually means you have some very specific follow-up when you do this as the Protoss.
Yeah, he could have a specific follow-up, but I could also see it just being SOS, where he's like, I'll just throw him off his game. Right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe he has a build order where he wants a second gas right now.
He could try to intuit what kind of game to play from there. Yeah. It's possible. Yeah.
With the double guys or gas steals don't feel anywhere near as strong.
It does create a dilemma for the player that has to reclaim the gas, because you can have something like this Adept come in here and start to kill stuff off and attack.
Yeah.
And you have to pull the Marines off of attacking the gas, but we're past that point as the gas has been killed. It has not been retaken, we should note.
We'll see when he ends up taking that. Actually, this reminded me of, there was this build back during the beta of StarCraft 2. Remember the map Steps of War that was so small?
Oh, yeah.
So, Hey Pro, remember him?
Yeah, of course.
He came up with this build where, I'm 90% sure it was Hey Pro that came up with this, but anyways, it was a Zerg build against Terran where you would send 2 drones out relatively early and steal both of their gases and then banely bust them on that map. It was pretty hilarious. Anyways, don't see it all that often. Do you think it has done well here? Like, I guess, oh my god, okay, I get it. SOS is really different level on the way he thinks about this game, Tasteless. Now look at this. He took the gas and Dream, like, he knows how to play against that. Like, he goes for like a multiple barracks play, right? He's got 3 Raxes, 1 with Reactor, 2 with Tech Labs, getting Stim and Combat Shields. That's a good move, right? That's good against a gas steal because it's very mineral heavy. Guess what SOS is doing? He's going to do speed disruptor drops against bio.
It's like going for Reavers, basically.
Yeah.
If you force them to go bio, then you try to hard counter that with the explosive damage of disruptors.
That's so smart. Oh, it's actually going to be a Colossus drop.
Oh.
Which actually is fine as well. That
a lot of the
perfectly.
same ideas. The damage from the Colossus,
Yeah. In
it
fact,
does a
it's
lot
going to
of
shred the
splash.
Marines even better. It's going to be consistent damage.
And with a War Prism, you could juggle that.
Yeah. Dude, that's like so smart. That is so, like, I can't remember ever seeing this, but the thing is, stuff like this happens all the time in StarCraft 1.
Yeah, this is, when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
This reminds me of, like, every time I take a Terran's gas and then I see them make the second racks, and I'm like, okay, we're going to hard counter Marine. Yeah, we're gonna go Reavers. We might even make cannons back at home. We're going to hard counter this.
Yeah, and he's getting the speed upgrade, which I think is really good. Even just going like 1 Colossus, I think is okay, but he is going to add a second one. Yeah, I guess why not, right? Like, if your opponent is making this much bio, you may as well. Little stim to try to catch some of these.
Yeah, I think he gets that 1 Adept, yep.
All right, here comes the Colossi.
Yeah, nicely done. The Marines just can't fight that.
No, they really can't.
It's
Like,
War of the Worlds here.
if he screws up, maybe you could stim and try to get the Prism, but with speed finishing, it's just not doable.
No. And we don't really see Colossi used that often like this.
No, very rare.
But this is a great way to use it. You can just drop, watch this.
Dude, that is so annoying.
Oh my god, he almost messed that up.
Yeah, he must have gone back to make something.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was weird.
Gotta be careful. But you can even drop down here, see?
Yeah, he is just gonna continually get value out of this.
This is such an SOS move here. It just picks it up the moment that it's in danger. 10 Marines have been killed.
Wow.
That's a lot.
He has lost so little here. Scouting
Shrine.
probe, one of the adepts.
Yeah. And I think the follow-up is going to be even stronger here. He can keep harassing like this. There's no real recourse for Terran. Kills off 3 SCVs right in that moment and gets away.
Crazy. Yeah, the Vikings come out, so that might put pretty much an end to this.
Well, the thing is, he can just basically run away from the Vikings, right? I mean, he's got the speed upgrade. Well,
do Vikings need a speed upgrade?
Yeah, they need that speed upgrade for the scout. It makes them just go really, really fast. Yeah. But now he's got 3 Colossi here. He's going to have Archon soon. He's going to have Zealots with Charge. I think he might end up just running over Dream. Dream may end up just getting trampled by SOS's army. I mean, those kills he got on the army earlier on. 10 Marines is a lot, man. A lot of times you see a fight that's won by the Terran and there's 10 Marines left over. They cleaned it up.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Totally.
Totes.
Yeah, the damage output is intense. Like, he's going for a lot of Colossi here, Tasteless. He's popping out his 4th right now. You have to go for a lot of Vikings in this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
I really like SOS's position here.
Well, I like the way he's played this game overall. I
Yeah.
mean, this is like a one-of-a-kind PvT. The gas steal, we said, you know, is he going to really do anything pronounced with it? Yeah, he goes for that Colossus drop. Now he's got the DTs coming in here.
Look at this. The Prism is here to pick it up once the scan goes down.
He's going to wait. Yeah, that was sick.
Oh, and he has one in the main base during that as well. Oh, my God.
Now this one can't be saved, so he's going to pick that off. And I think we're going to have an attack from the Protoss here, like an actual push pretty soon. Oh, hold on. Is this Viking going to find that? He's going to have to run out of here.
Prism going way up there towards the north. The Colossi count is just so high here. He's getting Blink and Blink DT at the same time.
And I don't know how many Vikings are here. Okay, I only see 2, actually. You know, it's always this problem for Terran where it's like, well, if you're making Vikings, you're not making medevacs.
That's true.
But there's so many. I think there's actually more Colossi than there are Vikings now. Which means that the Colossi are going to have served their purpose long before the Vikings can kill them all off.
He is going to absolutely destroy the army of Dream if they actually have a fight. And he's put all of his money really into his tech so far. He doesn't actually have a very big gateway army, but as soon as he gets his gateways done and starts warping in units, this army is not going to be beatable. You actually, the fact that Dream does not have 2 starports pumping out Vikings right now, like that's the only thing I can think of that would actually help him in this situation, because this count is insane. There are so many Colossi out right now.
Oh, he's still getting chased. He picks it up and gets out again.
Having a hard time dropping that one off. Some misclicks there from SOS. Loses his Prism finally.
Yeah, again, really burning through these Terran scans. And so that is 5 Colossi.
Now a Disruptor being added in as well. There's Ghosts being made, which is normally a very nice add, but in this situation,
I don't think it helps.
Yeah, it's not going to do that much. There's only 4 Vikings. Oh, man. 2-1 is going to be finishing up. Oh, 10 probe kills. Okay.
Not bad.
Yeah,
That's actually pretty big. The thing is, this attack's going to come in here. We're past the point where the harass is going to be as important as this big attack that we have here.
Yeah, the Vikings come out and try to push him back. He actually doesn't have many stalkers, so that's like the only weakness of SOS's army right now is he spent so much money on all of the tech that he just doesn't have that strong or that big of a gateway army.
I kind of thought SOS was going to hit in here a little bit sooner, but now the Terran's pushing here. Stim coming down now, and basically just taking the shields off the Colossi. But a big Zealot counterattack comes through.
Yeah, he catches a chunk of it. Some Zealots actually breaking rocks elsewhere. Zealots everywhere working right now, going up here and actually charging into the depots. So those depots actually serving a big purpose right there.
Another big attack comes up here. Oh! Oof. Crazy shot there.
Yeah, he does end up killing off one of those Colossi there. Decent amount of SCVs killed, but honestly, the economy's still fine for Terran. Still sitting at about 60 workers.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird game.
It's definitely turned into a very weird game. Like, the opening was really, truly brilliant, but honestly, I think that if SOS had gotten a little bit less fancy, like, I don't think he needed the DTs. After his opening, if he just went up to 4 Colossi and just pumped gateway units, I think he may have killed him.
I think you are 100% correct on that.
I think if you give the theory of the opener of this to Trap, we're in game 2, and Trap is almost done 2-0ing Dream.
I think SOS had a really cool game at the start, but I don't think this was optimized from here on out. I think the DTs was almost like a win more move. Where I'm like, really? Are we going to now beat him with...
Do you need to beat him in every way? Is this like he's trying to fill out some card to get like a free win?
Yeah, it's like you've already taken the lead with the Colossi move. Now, behind this, pump out a lot of units and get in a fight and win.
It's
don't then do harass phase 2 with the different tech. I actually thought the Dark Shrine was just going to be to make Archons.
Actually,
that's what
I did too.
Yeah, I was watching that and I thought, okay, that makes sense. You just get Archons out as quickly as possible with Zealots and win the game. But SOS still may win this. It's just the Colossi are a lot clunkier now.
Yeah, I think he's still going to win. Like, he's got Disruptors and Colossi now, which is like even better. They pick off some of the Colossi here. Ooh, that's a nice drop.
Big drop here.
Oh no.
Those Zealots get bottlenecked there, and now he can take out the cannon, and then probably the Robo, and then all the pylons powering the gateways.
Well, that's not good. The Colossi going to walk right up into that main base, so I guess he's not dead yet, but this move was amazing from Dream.
Yeah, well, he's just going to dive on these Colossi. It's now down to the 1 Colossi. I don't know, man. And now a push comes here, and, it's the same SOS we're used to seeing. That was sick.
Yeah.
Who's got really innovative approaches to the game, but again, Dream sort of weathers that storm. He endures all the damage early on, and now here we see him, what appears to be pushing through this area that Protoss can't defend. It's Zealots and Stalkers and Sentries. It's nothing but tier 1 units.
Yeah, there were mistakes made here by SOS. 4 Vikings have no business holding off a 5 Colossi army.
Right.
Like, if you don't have enough Vikings to like really slaughter Colossi, it's better to not have them. And SOS had to turn around. He had like so little anti-air. Well, it looks like Dream is just going to end up taking it, right? Like,
yeah, no, this game's almost over.
Yeah.
It's just that last Colossus just now gets picked off. SOS has grown into the upper left quadrant. He's taken the first base over there. But I think if Terran scouts that, he could just attack into that as well.
Yeah, and the supplies are low enough right now that really favors Terran. When you get to these really low army supplies, the Terran units have more bang for their buck. You're kind of trying to go more towards like a Death Volley composition as Protoss in the late game here, but like 3-3 Marine Marauder with Medivacs. The way that you're splitting it up and able to like avoid the splash damage a bit better. Yeah, it's not looking very good here for SOS.
Yeah, that turret finishes in the nick of time. Nice EMP, but a good blink away. Well, he's just going to be able to get this.
I like that. I like that. He turns them into Archons so that he can weather the
recall. And then recalls it. I didn't even get what was going on until the last second. Yeah, he gets them out of there. Very nicely done.
SOS backing up. We'll see if SOS can get back towards a max supply, re-add splash damage, then he gains opportunities to possibly win the game again. But the army he has right now, I feel like he needs to back up. Like, yeah, see, this type of surround is going to be so hard for him to stop because he just doesn't have a big enough army.
Yeah, and Terran can keep pressing. Zealots are going to come in here at the last second, but I think Terran is just going to basically kite backwards, shave off these Zealots, and have enough. And, there's this never-ending stream of Marauders, Marines, and Ghosts combining into this death ball to get stronger and stronger. And anytime you see a Protoss lose a really important tech unit like a Colossus or an Archon or an Immortal or a Disruptor, it's hard to build that back in. You don't just warp one in back at home. Stuff that doesn't warp in, it's really, really hard when you start to lose a couple of those units. And that being said, we are back up to 3 Colossi here.
Yeah, we're starting to get a reasonable composition once again. And as he adds Disruptors in, it makes the army so much stronger.
Right.
The Disruptors are really, really key in this situation. All right, a little drop coming up, finding this Nexus at the top left natural that SOS is trying to warp in, so definitely can force a cancel there. Does so. Gonna check that main, it is empty right now. The third base does have some mining going on.
Yeah, and he's gonna unload over here.
Totally outplaying those Zealots.
Yeah. And, with Terran on 5 bases, Protoss spread very thin. I don't know, man. I mean, SOS can keep trying to fight back, but I feel like we are very close to the end of this game.
Another drop in. Okay, we'll recall, so that'll be able to kill off this army very easily, very quickly.
Yeah, but here we go again. He's just going to target down one of those Colossi. This army just gets completely destroyed.
Oh, miss micro there. He could have gotten both those medevacs.
For
one of which
sure.
has 4 units.
Another big push up over here. Oh my god. And again, he can kind of use this area like a bottleneck. These Zealots just getting annihilated before they can even touch a Terran target.
Even with the overcharge, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough here. Overcharge is all right, though. Look at that. That's a lot of damage output. DT's clearing out a base of Dream during all this as well. Somehow this Colossi still left alive.
Yeah, it finally falls, though, and that's going to be too much. Even though Protoss took out an expansion down there, this army has enough sustainability to basically push through and wipe out the remainder of the tech. GG Dream takes game 1, and honestly a pretty unforgettable game. It was very interesting to see the opening there from SOS, but I think we were correct in our analysis that, he had the lead and then he got too fancy after that.
Yeah.
I think you harass with that Colossus, keep making Colossus back at home, get Zealots with charge, get Archons in attack.
Yeah.
That seems better.
I mean, again, if he's not getting double forge and DT drops and mass expanding and stuff, there are things about those things that are good, but after his opening, yeah, I think there was a kill timing in there, and I think that was a really smart move, and I think we should see more stuff that looks kind of like that in the future. But of course, Terran, if that becomes popular, is going to start wiggling around how they're dealing with it as well. But very interesting opening. Great comeback from Dream.
Props to Dream. He's up 1-0. Can he go 2-0? We're going to find out now as we go into map 2 on Oxide.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Good Game Gaming, Dream.
All right, excited to see what SOS wants to pull off here. The build that he did that previous game, that was only going to work if he scouted him first because it was a 4-player map.
Right.
but it could be something that he replicates through the series, right? Like he has his probe coming out pretty quickly. He could just run up and steal the gas again. That is a real possibility. But after that game, I wouldn't be too surprised if you see a quick probe come in your base that you just make your second gas. Or put the SCV right on it so it can't be stolen. You know, some move like that as a counterplay.
some preventative measure.
Yeah.
We see that so rarely ever that a gas is taken that, like, I'm not surprised that, you know, Dream wasn't expecting it. But I think it's the funny thing about RTS. Like, you show somebody one thing that you know how to do, and in some cases it's like, well, I'll never let that happen ever again.
Yes, yes.
You go try that on strangers.
The first time you see something,
do that in ladder queues with your barcode ID.
No, well, that is the whole story of the ladder of StarCraft, isn't it? It's having things that no one's ever seen before while you're on a barcode.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I don't... the basic portrait is on, you got the barcode. It's like, you never know if it's that same guy again.
It's fun. It is a fascinating thing, though, the phenomena of barcodes on the ladder where everybody's agreeing to just hide what they're doing. If we all have barcodes, nobody knows what the other guy's doing, and from your perspective, it's worth doing that. And then we had that one ID, the barcode butcher.
That was the funniest thing ever. I wish I knew who that actually was.
Yeah. So, definitely a different game here from SOS. Is he going to hide a Stargate here? Yes.
Yeah, it looks like 3 racks play coming out of Dream. The 3 racks play generally does pretty good against the Stargate, but you never know, that Oracle gets in there, gets some damage. That can be really quite nice for SOS. And the 3 racks play, I think, if he takes a quick third with this, that's where this is really going to shine. But if he goes right up into Colossi, it will have a hard time. But because it's a proxy starport, it's less likely to include Phoenixes, which means it's less likely to go into Colossi, right? It's more likely you see something like Oracle into, like, Blink.
Yeah.
So,
is this SCV going to scout this? I'm not sure if it's banking left. No, it's going straight north. And so the Oracle is still going to be a surprise. Continuing to shade in here to try to get an idea. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's going to lose this at depth. This is bad here for SOS. You really want to keep those alive. You know, the whole idea is when the Oracle gets in there, you can do damage and then come in with the Adepts and maybe pick off a few extra units here or there.
Oh, he actually gets the shade by. Sees the Marines. Going to combo that up with the Oracle.
Ooh, nice kiting on that Oracle.
Yeah.
Kind of punishes that. SOS is in trouble!
Okay, he does save it. Ends up killing like 3-ish Marines and 4 SCVs, something like that. Oh no! Oh, that's painful. That was, he clicked just barely not far enough. Oh man. And it's like he did everything right to get it out. Like he got maximum damage considering, and then he loses it like that. That's a big oof.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of unexpected from any pro at the top level, right? I mean, you're not supposed to be dropping Oracles at all at the start of the game.
No.
You know, all these strategies.
We went over that phase, man, where we flew into Widow Mines and stuff. That's done.
We're past that. Like, the entire scene has evolved past that, so it's kind of surprising to see a world champion make that mistake. And everybody saw it. I mean, he just stopped clicking. And you know, didn't appreciate that he was gonna. The Marines were gonna catch up.
He clicked it like far enough, and then he's doing something else.
Yeah, and he comes back, and it's gone. Yeah. Now that
decent damage, though. Decent damage.
Yeah. That being said, I mean, yeah, he's still. Yeah, you're right. Decent damage was basically the point I was going to make. It's not terrible. But there's Marines leaving now on the map.
Quite a few.
You know, it's one of these moments where the Protoss has stuff, but maybe not quite enough.
There's like 23 Marines headed here right now. So
now, obviously, the Protoss units are more microable in this position.
Oh, I'm surprised he used 2 there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Now the stim will wear out.
Yeah, and now it's just damaged infantry.
And look at this. He's microing right on top of this ward, which is really important. Oh, SOS wins. Nice. Great job, SOS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Terran moving out without any medevacs here.
Well, I think when they take the quick third, you want to try to get in there and punish when it's a Stargate opener, especially when you kill the first Oracle.
Yeah.
But yeah, this situation. Oh, this is so funny. He's building buildings behind it. So that he can't get out easily.
Yeah,
it's like
that's cool.
Protoss, like, well, I was going to say Protoss force fields, but Protoss is the race with force fields.
Right. Well,
so
it's like
building force fields.
Yeah, he's basically making obstructions on the map.
Yeah. But that move it's so powerful in a situation like that where they've committed to making so much bio early on, and like you are at a slight deficit fighting at that base, and then they step with their entire stimmed army onto a stasis ward, and it's like you have so much time, you get another warp in round, and so many free kills.
Yeah.
So definitely I look at this game and I think SOS is in very good shape looking towards a game 3.
So the Dark Shrine's going to come along here. Again, Dream's not in a great spot right now. Protoss has outgrown him. We saw a lot of units just basically lost in that little push up there with the Marines, but the game isn't over yet either.
Nope.
I mean, Terran's taking a third. Protoss doesn't seem to have any options to attack just yet. And again, you know, SOS, as good as he is and as much of an inspiration as he has been to RTS players of all backgrounds, you know, he has been having some rough results, and Dream is really on top of his game. So let's not count Dream out just yet.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he won game 1, so he can still come back in this game. It is not undoable. Definitely SOS with that advantage, though. Getting charge right now. +2 on the way. Prism, support bay. It's like 3 adepts. Like, yeah, I mean, those aren't really going to do anything anymore, so
fine.
Why not? Why not? DT Blink.
Now,
So he's getting into his fanciness a little bit.
Usually what happens as PVTs stretch out to long games like this is you basically have the Protoss continuing to grow. Terran can't quite thrive and grow on the map the same way Protoss can. And with Protoss's ability to warp in, shield batteries, I don't know, the whole way the race operates, it's kind of easier to just kind of keep building yourself out on the map. And of course, counterattacks from warp-ins, charge lots, all that stuff. That's all something Terran needs to watch out for. So let's see, as the game continues to develop here, where we're going to go.
I like that. The thing is, what you said is true, but the way you did it, it's like you just kind of named everything Protoss can do. You're like, all these things point towards Protoss being able to grow more on the map. And
it's true. It's true.
Every Terran on Earth right now shaking their head, yes, tasteless.
But this is a problem that we see presented to Terrans in general, is that they can't quite take half the map as easily, except in TVZ. We see in TVZ a decent amount.
Yeah, definitely more bases being taken.
Yeah. TVP
Although it
much
can be
harder
hard
to
the
do.
very fringe ones.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, double Colossi being produced, Thermal Lance as well. This is a big army moving out. I'm actually a little bit surprised he didn't grab a couple Disruptors.
Yeah.
I feel like in a situation like this, you might want to get 2 Disruptors, then go Colossi,
Yeah, like
but I'm not going to...
2 or 3, it's not too micro-intensive. You can use them, and if you get good connections, and it really changes the whole way a fight unfolds.
Yeah, it just, I get a little bit nervous sometimes with a situation like this, right? Ooh!
Oh, sick.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. That could have actually been worse with that second hit.
Yeah. Good, though. Good mine drops.
Terran going to attack up over here. He's going to snipe this Colossus on the side. No, he pulls away too quickly.
Yeah, the overcharge really helping him out there. He does get force back, so it looks like he's fine going to the Colossi first. Living through that very first little engagement, very, very important. Still has to remove these mines. Ooh. Here goes his economy again.
Yeah, you know, it makes me sad to say, is this one going to connect?
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets that last one off. Look at that.
The mine refills slightly faster than a cannon warps, and
yeah.
Something everyone learns at one point.
So, you know, this is the thing about SOS, guys. Like, he's been so good, but, like, he's not quite on top of everything in this game. Like, I think if traps in the game, those mines don't kill more than 1 probe each. hit.
Oh, yeah, probably.
And
you're probably right about that.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, Dream had a pretty bumpy opener, but the thing about Dream is he's really on top of the current meta. He's very strong right now. We will see how this next attack goes, but I just worry as the game goes on for a long period of time, sometimes the player that's just more up to date and in better shape comes out on top.
Yeah. I can't really disagree with what you're saying, but SOS kind of plays his own meta, I guess, right?
True.
He does have 5 Colossi once again, and he's against 5 Vikings. So this is the difference this time. Look at the Stalker count, 18 Stalkers. Last time he had like 7 in game 1, and then like the 4 Vikings made the 5 Colossi turn around. Here, he's got a big advantage as far as splash damage goes. He's actually got more army supply. He can push. I'm not saying that he can go kill him right this second, but he can get in here and he can start mixing things up. His army is a good fighting army right now. It's the type of army you want to be poking in with. You want to try to get them to bleed into you a little bit so you can kite back and really destroy. Yeah, see, this is hard for Dream to...
Terran shredding army, but look at this flank. Baits out the Stasis Ward.
Yeah, I like the ward there. And he's going to continue to put that pressure on. I mean, the Ghost throwing down EMP. The EMP is good, but it's, it's not the scariest thing when you're on a more Colossi-based army.
Okay, he's fended off the Protoss from his side of the map. Got a lot more DTs and disruptors that are going to be incorporated in here. Protoss now grows out into the 5th base here. That's going to be taken at the 3 o'clock spot.
And we still have Dream actually not really making Vikings here, which I think is okay considering the amounts that we're seeing of the Archons and the Stalkers. But that means he's got to be making big moves around the map as well, right? Like he can't... A frontal engagement's going to go very toughly for him. Look at this, 5 Colossi and 6 Disruptors.
Oh, this is so funny.
That's an even.
The Stasis Ward backfired, protected the units inside.
Yeah.
That was so weird. All right, he's going to push up here. I see 2 Disruptors. I don't see the shots coming out in time.
Oh, yeah, picks them both off. Look at that. Awesome. Awesome plays here. He's killed 6 Disruptors, losing almost no units. But he doesn't really have an army to fight against this.
He had a great engagement. The army itself isn't that good against what Protoss has.
Yeah, it's a highly mobile army. He can do some cool things with it micro-wise, but the actual frontal engagements against this robo-heavy play do not go well. And we just saw that. Even after he killed all the Disruptors, he still lost the battle. And there was a big counterattack going on from SOS's supply, so it's not even close to what his full army power could be in this situation. Now Zealot's in that main base, really hurting Dream. Dream is in a terrible spot. I think he's going to GG soon.
Yeah, well, I think he's just completely collapsed.
Yeah.
He's lost his bases on the outside. Protoss is just going to push into where the production facilities are, and that's it. Dream got smoked.
Yeah, very nicely done from SOS.
Oh, this Disruptor shot. And so it's going to be tied up 1-1.
Yeah, Dream still trying to fight, but as these Zealots come up and he loses all the SCVs, he'll be GGing here in just one second.
Just tearing through that. GG SOS ties it up 1-1.
Yeah. All right. Exciting. What do you think after watching those 2 games? Who wins game 3?
I don't know, man. We got to see what SOS opens up with.
Yeah, I guess that's a...
I mean, the thing with SOS is he still has that totally innovative approach to the game that is so cool, but it doesn't seem like it works. Like sometimes it's like the Colossus game. That was really, really smart. I learned a lot.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of StarCraft 2 games, but that was not one. That was one that was new to me, is what I mean.
It was a cool maneuver from him. No doubt.
We need to see stuff that's going to seal the deal. He did it in that game. What's going to happen on Romanticide? I mean, Dream's playing a very standard approach. He's basically just trying to figure out what SOS is going to do and try to counter that. But
yeah,
I think this could go either way, to be honest.
It definitely could. And I mean, Romanticide is a map where you can definitely play turtled styles. We might even see, there's a slight possibility there's mech too.
GSL
I know I keep saying it, we're not seeing it, but maybe.
Team Envy, SOS. Good Game Gaming, Dream.
Okay. Now we go into game 3. I mean, let's see if SOS has anything tricky. You know, the proxy Stargate is like, I put like on the lowest tier of cheesiness. Like, it's not really that cheesy. Like,
it's actually like a macro build, really.
Yeah. Like, it's, I think when you see stuff built out on the map, it can be, to the untrained eye, very misleading about how dramatic of a move that is. Like, had he made a proxy robo, we'd be going, whoa, this is going to be wild. He might push with Immortals or something weird like that. But yeah, the proxy Stargate into Oracle, it's like,
it's pretty vanilla.
It's very milquetoast. It's not really that risky.
And it's a building where, like, you can literally make one Oracle and it can be okay. To just make one. It's like more common to see 2 or 3 or maybe Oracle into Phoenix or something, but like, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. If you get a few extra SCV kills because you proxied it, okay, good enough.
Yeah.
That was cute. Offensive pylon to force the, he threw the CC down because he's like, I'm not waiting, and then insta cancel.
Yeah.
I love those little.
Of course, you can't cancel that command center, you lose too much.
I love those little 2s and fros in StarCraft, you know?
Yeah, this little engagement where SOS is trying to
you do this, I do this, haha, I canceled, there we go. Tiny edge me.
So there's no proxy this time around, but there is going to be the Zealot coming up. This bunker finishes, right? No, I'm sorry. I thought that bunker was further along than it was. Almost gets the body block off with the probe there.
The SCV's coming. It's kind of funny because the CC is so far down there that the bunker actually...
It doesn't quite protect it.
Not very well. Not very well. Look at this micro. This is so funny. Now there's a stalker. Oh, man.
And so now... This is so funny.
This is so annoying for Dream.
Well, that was good. He got the surround.
Oh my God.
That's sick. Keep that stalker moving.
That stalker is covered in butter.
Dude, he's so good. That's so sick.
You got 4 SCVs? Wow.
I can't believe what an exciting little engagement that was to start things off.
That was cool.
It's funny, like the stalker was completely surrounded and then like it just barely got out, and that means there's going to be a lot more damage dealt. CC's lifted, it finally lands over here. There is going to be a proxied starport. This could be for Banshees.
Ooh, there's like no units at home. His 1 stalker's across the map. That is annoying right there. This Hellion is going to actually punish SOS for all those cool moves we just saw and celebrated.
You're right, Artosis. Normally there's something back at home. The stalker now out in the front. A sentry chasing.
This is not the unit that you use to kill Hellions.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But we can attack too, Artosis.
Oh.
This is 4 kills.
Yeah.
He's already gotten enough kills
and
back.
It's only for a Hellion. SOS lost his probe, a Zealot, and a stalker for those 4 kills.
Some of those probes got bruised from that attack. There's going to be a follow-up drop from this. I said Banshees. I was wrong. It's going to be a medevac.
God, this battle of paper cuts is it's very entertaining, I gotta say. Really different StarCraft we're looking at. All right, the 2 Hellion drop coming in. Oh, finds a beautiful blind spot.
He
saw it. He saw it.
He grazed by that, giving SOS a little bit of a head start. Try to react to this. Takes out another probe.
All again, I can say is thank God it wasn't 3 Hellions.
Whoa. Oh, is there any damaged probes down here? Okay. All right. Game goes on. Blink has started now. Terran's really beginning to fill out the tech back at home, but he's going to be taking a 3rd base. before we're going to have an attack here. So Terran has no intentions of trying to have any real engagements where their armies are going to be trying to kill off other armies. He's just basically poked in to try to kill off any workers he can get.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be landing that third CC anytime soon. I think it'll take a little bit till he's really able to. And I like this counter from SOS, right? He's scouted what's going on with the 3 CCs and the amount of production. He knows the starport has to fly home.
Right.
He throws down 2 forges.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. He's going for the long game. 2 forges is definitely the way to play this, I think.
Yeah. 3 nexuses here, 2 forges. It's you can't be attacked for quite some time.
Blink is going to finish up here. He'll be able to deal with drops.
Yeah, yeah.
He'll probably comfortably fill in that 6 o'clock spot with another nexus and basically be ready to take the Terran head on in the late game.
And honestly, if he chrono boosts a few times, he'll catch up in upgrades. He won't ever be behind in that regard. And it's kind of like the game that we saw with Trap the other day.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, okay, if you just get your 2-2 done, like that's like a break point for Protoss in a double forge situation. That's when you look at your double forge and you're like, thank you.
Yeah. This is, oh, nice. So, as this game goes on here, I mean, Protoss is going to be able to basically have a third base set up for a little bit longer than the Terran can. But Terran's going to be able to push out a little bit here. Oh, is this going to actually work? This is so funny.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
Yeah, and basically only takes damage on 1 stalker here. Everything else was shields. Yeah, nicely done. Honestly, you need that that tank there so that you can try to take that third base. Unfortunately, yeah, he does end up losing some stalkers there. Not quite appreciating the Terran would dive down the ramp and try to take a fight. He can blink away again.
Yeah, these stalkers are a little bit important. I almost want to see him circle them around to hit the third from the other side because he just needs to buy a little bit of time. His gateways are finishing up, and he needs like a couple rounds out, I think, to feel very safe. But actually, Dream is not attacking right now. He's backing up. He's still macroing. He just threw down his third base, and obviously he saw Blink stalkers are out on the map, so he's taking it slow. He's taking it easy.
And Terran now has the third base that he wanted to get. I think you're right with you. Protoss just basically wants to buy a little bit more time. Protoss doesn't really have any major plans at all here in the middle of the game, other than just try to, make the Terran uncomfortable moving out. Because the longer this game goes, I think the safer Protoss is going to be.
Yeah.
We've got those Colossi coming out. Charge is going to finish. Thermal Lance is on the way too.
You get like there's a supply bump that Terran generally gets around now, and you can see it, right? 77 army supply against 43.
Yeah.
So like any timing that he may have had, I think is basically disappearing right now. 2-2 is started for SOS. I love that he has a Prism out, and you see Dream kind of getting into a defensive stance here, but he's going Colossi, and double Robo Colossi at that. DT Blink. SOS just kind of completing everything he needs.
So Dream, I mean, he's building up to an attack here pretty soon. The 4th command center is going to start, and basically he'll be pushing as that 4th command center is floated to the 4th base, because Protoss is probably going to be spread pretty thin here, I guess you could say, because of the amount of pushing that's going to be coming from the Terran. That's good. He spots that Warp Prism, and you know what angle they're going to try to come in to unload Zealots into your base. Protoss is going to push. Ooh, these are great hits on those mines. Getting all of them before they can burrow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick, though. He takes out that Warp Prism.
Yeah. Really, really nice there. Disruptors being produced. Prism speed on the way as well to try to get some of that harassment back. Here's what I'm afraid of with Dream, and we've seen this from a lot of strong Terrans lately, is that no one's really playing late game. No one's going like mass Liberators or mass Siege Tanks. Right, that's why we were so happy with the way Bunny was playing last season and why he got so far a part of it, at least. With Dream, just like last game, he's on a very mobile composition. It has a lot of damage output and everything, but can he win a straight-up fight?
Right.
Not really. Like, the entire army's fighting each other, SOS should win that.
Ooh.
But where is SOS's
where is his anything right now?
Yeah.
He's going to take out the Cybernetics core. I don't know, man. I mean, this fight went extremely well for Dream. I don't think he has enough to go all the way.
Where are the disruptors?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
SOS is just going to die. Artosis.
I think he still holds, just barely.
Yeah, but I mean, he really got beat up by this man.
This,
I mean, like
it didn't go as well as it should have.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to be able to come out on the map again with more stuff. Look at the supplies. That's probably the biggest takeaway one should have with this is like he's killing off a lot of these stalkers. You know, he picked off the disruptors. You know, yeah, this game is, I think, very close to being over. I don't think with this attack, but I think maybe the next one that's going to come. And we know that's going to come. Here it is now.
SOS needs to really buckle down his defense here.
I think it might be too late.
Doesn't he have like 6 disruptors now, or about to have 6?
Yeah, but
am I wrong on that? Oh, he double shoots him. Oh, SOS.
Yeah, we're having disruptor Venn diagram shots, which is never good.
Yeah.
And look, you know, the problem is the disruptors can't really get everywhere at once. Well, SOS is barely hanging on, but I think there's enough chaos in this game that Dream has caused that I don't know, man.
Yeah, Dream's on 4 bases. He looks good, but like SOS just needs to stabilize, and he still has a shot because he does have 4 bases. He has a similar amount of workers. He has all this splash damage. No,
it's over, man. Dream takes it. Dream's going to go up against Maru. We're going to have quite the TVT coming up.
Gosh, my prediction of SOS winning the group is looking grim.
Yeah, this is rough, man. I think Dream played very well. Again, SOS, you know, he's got that fun, creative, innovative style, but he's not winning championships with it.
Not anymore.
And this is the round of 16 in GSL, man. I mean, I know GSL has never been, you know, the SOS show really compared to, you know, his results abroad.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But you would feel like SOS should be able to get round of 8, but
yeah,
you know, times are changing.
Well, he's not done quite yet. His PVZ looked amazing during Code A, so we'll see if he can beat Solar in that loser match. But first, we have a TVT coming up. Maru against Dream.
All right, guys, we'll be right back.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
함께 모이면 홈파티. 홈파티엔 먹방. 먹방엔 칠성사이다. 맛있어. 맛있는 자리에 빠질 수 없는 청량함. 칠성사이다.
퇴근하고 뭐해? 퇴근하고 오늘은 유셰프, 내일은 유러너, 주말엔 유목수. 그걸 다? 본캐부터 부캐까지 하고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타 콘트라베이스.
이번 주 등산 어때? 등산
캠핑? 그래서 주말엔 낚시?
내가 낚인 거지. 그래도 나오니까 좋잖아.
일상에서 취미까지 나누고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타. 아이시스 8.0을 챙긴다는 건 건강한 생각까지 챙긴다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0. 아이시스 8.0을 연다는 건 조금 이른 아침을 연다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0.
디자인하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 모여
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
이렇게 좋은 날엔 홈캠핑이지. 홈캠핑엔 고기, 고기엔 칠성사이다. 맛있는 자리에 빠질 수 없는 청량함. 완벽하네. 칠성사이다.
숙취 요즘 누가 저렇게 깨니? 맨날 똑같은 거, 맛없는 거 깨. 이제 탄산으로 깨. 숙취 해소의 새로운 기준. 가스강. 환도 역시 가스강이 대세.
디자인하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
양념 툭툭. 올리브유 또르르. 우와. 그리고 제로. 너무 좋다. 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
야채 착착, 당토 톡톡, 아보카도 슥슥. 그리고 제로. 이렇게 맛있다고? 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
관리받다. 관리하지 않는 순간에도 관리받다. 14일 동안 정성껏 발효한 브루잉 콤부차로 관리받다. 브루잉 콤부차.
핫식스 타임! 저는 이 핫식스로 선수들에게 응원을 보내보도록 하겠습니다. 꽂혔다면 쏟아부어! 인생 직진 음료 핫식스!
새로운 친구가 나왔습니다. 핫식스 커피 롭치. 이야. 그렇다면 오늘 멋진데. 꽂혔다면 쏟아부 인생 직진 음료 핫식. Round of 16, Group B. Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. 2021 GSL Season 3, Codex. Africa TV Free Cup Studio Live. 2021 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got a TVT, and I know at the start of the show, you and I were talking about how anybody can kind of beat anybody here, but
yeah.
Now that I'm seeing it's Maru and Dream in the winners match, I do wonder, can Dream actually beat Maru? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It was a matchup I hadn't really thought out. You know, a lot of times you come to the studio, there's certain matchups you're thinking about more than others, but this one hadn't crossed my mind at all. But I feel like Maru is probably considerably better than Dream, right?
Yeah, I think.
Or do I underestimate Dream here?
Maru's best TVT is top 2 TVT in the world for sure.
Yeah.
Along with TY. Now, there have been times where lower ranked players have really given a run for his money. Like I bring it up a lot, but that season, one of the first seasons that he won, Keen almost had him dead TVT, right? That was a while ago. Dream is in very good shape. I don't think his TVT is bad by any means. But I mean, I do expect Maru to win.
Yeah. I don't know.
Actually,
I don't know. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, no, man, I can't imagine Dream taking on Maru.
So I'm thinking of the last time I saw Maru play TVT, and I want to say it was against Special, where Maru,
I feel like we actually haven't had that many TVTs this year
against Special. He actually he ground Special up through to make horse meat, basically.
Exactly.
GSL
to make
Season
horse
3.
meat.
Yeah.
Codex.
Have you had horse meat?
No.
I have a can of horse meat in my house.
Do you?
Yeah.
For a human?
For humans to eat.
Yeah. Oh, have you had it?
No. I keep meaning to eat. Like,
you should eat it.
Yeah. There's a
Green Envy, Maru.
There's a couple little different immigrant districts inside Seoul, and there's a kind of how do I say this? Like a Russian district, but it's also more like Central Asian district.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the grocery store there when I was last there. And
in Dongdaemun?
Yeah, in Dongdaemun. And I saw canned horse meat.
Oh, wow.
So I bought one.
Yeah, you should try it before it goes bad or something.
Well, I got some time. It's canned.
Oh, yeah. Canned food lasts a long time. But if that can is all bloated up, tasteless, that's botulism. Stay away.
And the last way you want to get botulism is with horse meat. It's already gross enough as it is.
Yeah, you should try it. See how it tastes.
Should I try to cook it, or should I just open up the can and get a spoon?
You gotta Google
get
that.
Some hot sauce.
No, you can't put hot sauce on the first bite. You can't do that.
Yeah, I guess you have to eat it just as it is.
Yeah, you gotta.
Do I microwave it? Do I use my new air fryer I have in the house? How do we do this?
If you bought a can of horse meat at the Russian market in Seoul and you take it out of the can and you microwave it and eat it with hot sauce, that is literally the most Nick tasteless plot thing I can even think of. Oh my god!
Yeah,
Tasteless just microwaves his can of horse meat before he gets on the ladder and proxy gates Terrence. That is tasteless.
He's
right
playing
there.
pretty well today. Well, he's got a lot of energy. He had a whole can of horse meat before he queued online.
It's like, oh, how do you prepare? Oh, well, you microwaved it, of course.
I
He
only
slid
eat
it out of the can onto a plate and he microwaved
I only
it.
eat canned meat from rare quadrupeds that people don't normally eat.
He's on the hunt for camel meat
I
now.
only eat animals that I know that you can make a relationship with through animal husbandry.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, I have canned horse meat one can of horse meat in my house.
That is so funny. Oh, my mascara's running.
Oh, it's so funny.
Damn.
So,
there's something about it. Imagining you microwaving that taste. It's just, I'm like, you are actually like,
it's the most
you're
barbaric.
a meme of yourself. Everything everyone thinks about you is true. I didn't want to say it, but like, guys,
so
whatever
funny.
you suspect of him, yeah.
I really do that.
He does. I know. I try to talk to him about it. It doesn't work.
I'm crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh my god.
Oh. So funny. Well, nothing's happened in this game so far. Builds are very much mirrored for the time being.
Yeah, what are they doing? Let's see.
They're making tanks, Artosis.
Okay.
And looks like we're going to have Dream being a little bit closer here. This medevac's going to go over. The tanks, is he going to not see this? I think he just barely didn't see that. Oh my god, they're doing the exact same thing, but
literally the exact same
Maru is doing it slightly faster, which means Maru is probably going to get the lead in this fight.
Yeah, I think so. Pops up with these Reapers.
Another Marine pops out.
Yeah, going to take those out, though. Siege is up, but there's actually nothing at the wall there, which is kind of interesting. Drops out these Marines. Uh-oh. Bad news right now for Maru, actually.
Yeah, Maru is not microwing. He's
Well,
not
Maru's trying
microwaving
to
his horse meat.
he's trying to stay alive here at home.
This is so many kills.
Yeah. That is serious amounts of damage.
Yeah.
17 kills. Dream has not lost workers.
Yeah, well, he's
Remember
starting
when
to
you were
lose.
asking me if Dream could beat Maru? My answer is yes, Tasteless.
All
He
right,
can beat Maru.
Yeah. Yeah, Maru, I think, it's hard to be in two places at once. And now, Dream has basically protected most of his workers. He has a 10-worker lead here, and he's held off the position that Maru wanted to try to advance up to, pushing up the ramp.
Yeah, it has the Raven right now, Dream does, so that's kind of nice. He has taken a bit of damage here. Maru has his natural still mining. He's able to produce SCVs off of both command centers, so really fixing a lot of damage that was dealt already. Oh my god. Yeah, Tasteless, remember when I said that Dream could beat Maru? He can't.
Look at this, though. That's it. Maru, GG.
Damn. That's kind of crazy because
that is wild. I really thought it was the other way when that fight started.
Well, Dream killed so much, but then Maru actually forced the lift off.
Yeah, and then when you realize,
and he still had his units. Like Dream sacked all of his units in the push,
right,
to do the damage to the SCVs. But at the end of the day, he still had 2 command centers running.
That's a game you could study a lot about.
Yeah, that was
because I thought Maru made the wrong call. I mean, in my brain, I'm like, well, you just go for the workers first, and then everything comes into place. Apparently not. He's like, no. You just stop their natural.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. Well, it really worked out for him, and then like his little amount of units was enough to just hold on completely. Okay, 2,000 atmospheres. I mean, that was as quick as a proxy racks game. That was kind of crazy.
All right, 2,000 atmospheres, man. What do you think is going to happen here? I don't think we're going to have a game like that. That was funny that they both did the exact same thing.
Yeah, no,
but they handled their approaches completely differently.
Well, I don't know, Tasteless. Let's just see.
Let's just let the game show us, Artosis.
Yeah.
GSL Season 3, Codex.
We don't know the future. Oh, we were right, but it was just in the wrong game.
Well, you got to mix this in sometimes.
Yeah, I like this.
Is he going to send the second to SCV, though? It's just a single proxy racks? It doth seemeth that way.
It doth seemeth. Wow. We predicted the future, just like the tarot card ladies. What next? How high will Bitcoin go?
Oh my. You know what we should do is just like We should rebrand ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what we'll do is, like, everything you believe in, I won't believe in.
Okay.
So you're like, oh, yeah, no, Bitcoin. I'm like, oh, the pyramid scheme?
Yeah, yeah. And then, you know, you're a flat earther, so I'll be like, you know.
Well, no, we're in agreement on that.
We're both in agreement the earth is flat, right?
I mean, seriously.
Seriously, man.
Saw a map the other day, man.
Yeah.
Ice wall down the bottom. It was crazy.
Yeah, and at the top.
How do you get that on a circle?
Yeah. On a circle. Yeah, because everyone knows the Earth is a circle.
That's what people say.
Yeah.
Those round earthers.
Yeah, those round earthers. Those round earther shills.
Oh, Proxy Marauder.
Yeah,
Not what
this
I was
is
expecting.
actually, this could end the game very fast. Concussive shell should start. I think, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Imagine going Marauders and not
Yeah, I'm like,
shells.
this is
Starts combat shields. It's like, wait,
this is
wait.
no. Okay, so Dream doesn't scout this, and basically because you have the Marauders with the concussive shells right at the start, if the player that is being attacked doesn't react perfectly, the units that are slowed down all get killed off, and the game can just end.
Yeah, it can get out of control pretty darn quickly.
Oh! What?
Well, I think you see that and you know that there's a proxy.
Yeah, I guess so.
So he's turning around.
I thought he was
going to
go in and try to scout it.
Oh, these Marauders are going to be fearsome.
Mm-hmm. They're coming up now, and a Reaper just can't do anything to a Marauder.
Right,
so he's going to kill this SCV off first.
Yeah, he's going to go right up the ramp.
And there's no wall in here.
No. SCV's getting pulled. He's trying to pick off. Oh!
Nice control.
Yeah, he gets one of the Reapers, which is huge. Third Marauder coming. Fourth one is on the way.
There it is. And the Hellion's going to come in here, and that's going to really make it hard for these SCVs to do the kind of damage they want to do.
Yeah.
He's going to get that last Hellion!
Oh, man. That's it.
GG. Shortest TBT ever.
Yeah, that was...
Maru keeping us on schedule here in the show.
I guess so. So Maru advances very, very quickly here. Wow. Didn't expect it to look like that.
Yeah, that was extremely quick. That rush is really good, though. It's very, very hard to stop, especially if you control it perfectly. Like when that Marauder was like still alive at the very end, it's like, that's what a loss right away looks like. Dream, you know, it's funny. He had such a dramatic fight with SOS, and then to just get bopped by Maru. Maru, of course, will be the third player to advance to the round of 8. Congratulations to him. I think an expected result, but so far the games today have been pretty interesting. I really like that game 1. There was a lot you can kind of learn from, you know, as far as what to do. And
yeah, what they both chose to do, because the builds were perfectly mirrored, and one looked like it was doing damage, but the position Maru took, maybe if Dream cleans it up a bit better. I don't know. Anyways, interview.
Maru of Team MB defeats Dream and he moves on to round of 8. Congratulations, Maru. Thank you. A 2-0 victory for you, Maru, and now you move on to round of 8. This is your round of 8 after 2 seasons. How do you feel? Well, I always used to go to the round of 8 a lot, but this one, it's been quite a while, so I feel really happy. And my winner's match, I think the game went well. Alright, let's go talk about the match. In the first set, you were able to gain the victory by demolishing his expansion and his base. And in the second game, you gained the victory with the 2 Marauders. So, you know, the 2 Marauder build, I think this is a build that you use for more of a less skilled player, isn't it? No, not really. No, I just went for the strategy because Dream has a tendency to not scout. So that's why I did that. Well, in the first match of today, we definitely know why Solar is, why you are considered Solar's nemesis. And you were very aggressive in those games. So what was the background behind the game? In the first game, had the Hellions not been caught out, I think I could have won the game. So I was pretty disappointed in the game. So, you know, whenever you go up against Solar, we always remind ourselves of the nukes, right? So you used a nuke today again. So what was the background? I mean, I did use a nuke, but the nuke was not all that effective today. In the round of 8, you will be going up against the second place of Group A, Trap.
올해 시즌 1 4강에서 저는 역수입 승리를 하셨던 그 엄청난 경기밖에 생각이 안 나거든요.
And this year, season 1, you were able to gain the reverse sweep against Trap. So are you looking forward to the match against Trap? I mean, today I came here with the mindset that I need to take first place in order to avoid Trap. But Trap, the other day, on Monday, he was the second place, so now I have to go up against him. It's a little sad. So when you were contacting Trap, was there any awkwardness? No, not really. I mean, when I beat him in the reverse sweep match, he actually told me good job, and he encouraged me. He was not all that sulky. And Maru, last time you were eliminated by zone, and at the time you were whining about the disruptors. So is your perception of disruptor the same? I mean, yes. Whenever the disruptor shot approaches, the Terran army has to divide into 3 parts. So it's really hard. It feels like a lurker, to be honest. A lurker. I feel like a lurker is the stronger one than the disruptor, says Maru. And now the match against Trap awaits you. It's gonna be like a finals caliber match. So anything you want to say? I did want to avoid Trap, but now we have to play against each other. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna get ready for the match. Once again, congratulations, Maru. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Congratulations again to Maru. He, excuse me. Sorry. He advances to the round of 8.
Yeah, what a crazy match against Trap. That is, right. I mean, that could be a finals easily.
That's going to be fun to watch. And so we've got 3 players left in Group B. We're going to eliminate one coming up next. Solar versus SOS is just around the corner.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. SOS really liking that late game Sky Toss in his Code A match. So we'll see if he brings that again against Solar. Of course, Solar has to be aware of that. I'm sure he watched that, took some notes in case he had to face SOS here today. So it should be a really interesting match to see what SOS is going to pull out. And if he pulls out the same thing, does Solar have a counter ready?
Yeah, that's the big question here. If it is, I think it could very well be a very long PVZ.
I think it's going to be an extremely
unless
long.
Solar ends it right away.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Guess we're going to be on camera a little bit longer before we go to this break. Okay, we can go to break. We'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
함께 모이면 홈파티. 홈파티엔 먹방. 먹방엔 실성사이다. 맛있어. 맛있는 자리에 빠질 수 없는 청량함. 실성사이다.
퇴근하고 뭐해? 퇴근하고 오늘은 유셰프, 내일은 유런업, 주말엔 유목수. 그걸 다? 본캐부터 부캐까지 하고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타 콘트라베이스.
이번 주 등산 어때? 등산
캠핑? 그래서 주말엔 낚시?
내가 낚인 거지. 그래도 나오니까 좋잖아.
일상에서 취미까지 나누고 싶은 게 많은 요즘 시대의 커피. 칸타타. 아이시스 8.0을 챙긴다는 건 건강한 생각까지 챙긴다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0. 아이시스 8.0을 연다는 건 조금 이른 아침을 연다는 것. 나를 움직이는 핑크 에너지. 아이시스 8.0.
디자인하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 16, Group B. Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. 2021 GSL Season 3, Codex. Africa TV, Free Cup Studio Live. 2021 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. GSL CODES Group B continues on now. We're in the elimination phase of the tournament. SOS versus Solar is coming up. We've got a PVZ on our hands.
Yeah, this should be really interesting because Solar, of course, a very brainy player. I'm sure he's studied what SOS likes to do. And SOS right now, he likes Sky Toss. He likes going to the end game. And honestly, I think he plays it better than every other Protoss in Korea right now. His match in Code A was magnificent. He did just a fantastic job of controlling the expansions, having half the map be his, keeping pressure on, and keeping a ridiculously high level of cost efficiency. So, I mean, the thing is, he's SOS. He might play completely different. Who knows? Maybe he does, like, Disruptor drop into Colossus timing now because Solar thinks he's going to go Sky Toss. I don't know, but I'm excited to find out.
All right, we're going to go to Oblivion for map 1. Let's do this.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Kaizi Gaming, Solar.
So immediately, a probe was sent down to block the hatch, and Solar's going to just, shift his expansion over one spot to the right and take the third as the second.
And, of course, by the way, this is Oblivion, which is a map that we have seen very, very, very little. It's been vetoed a lot.
Yeah. So this will be fun to cast and kind of see what sort of game we're going to get on this.
Yeah, last time Solar was here, he lost to a single pylon, so...
That's right, yeah.
Sad moment for him.
That moment parting did a little bit more due diligence than the rest of the pros and said, oh, you guys...
The rest of the pros, the map makers, the GSL, all the fans.
Yeah. Just...
Parting and probably... Maybe only Parting knew. Because the thing is, once you find that...
You say very tight-lipped about it.
You literally don't even need to show anyone. Like, as soon as you make the pylon and they can't get out, you win.
Yeah.
It's like... There's no way someone of his level would lose that. But anyways, I think that's funny. But that's been fixed, of course. But honestly, Oblivion has just been vetoed so many times that I feel like I just don't have a good feel for how this map plays out yet,
Yeah, we need to have some more games, more casts of it to really get an idea of what we should be expecting here.
Yeah. It's a beautiful map, though. I like half and half maps. I don't know what it is about it, but I like the
aesthetic. You like the way it looks.
Yeah, and it keeps it fresh too if you're playing it a lot. I feel like because it just half the time it looks like something else. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. No, I think it's interesting to see how maps have been developed and the colors that go with it. And, a funny thing that happened actually in StarCraft 1 was maps with too much snow were not going to be used because it was too hard to see stuff on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially pylons warping in on snow.
Actually, when you have snow maps now, it's like almost no snow on them.
Yeah, there's like a few.
The tile set still looks good without the snow.
Yeah, no, it looks fine. But it looks like a map with mostly melted snow, basically.
Did you see that snipe of the creep tumor?
That was pretty sick.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So SOS gets back out. Now let's not forget that SOS basically forced the second hatchery to be where the third is. So sometimes there's some greater plan at play to try to exploit the fact that the two starting hatcheries are far enough apart they can be hard to reinforce and hard to connect the creep.
Okay, so I like this a lot as well. Gets in here, gets 2 drones, and shades
nicely
out.
Done. Loses 1 adept, but I think it's a totally acceptable trade.
And all this has to do with just the fact that he's able to block that hatchery early on and kind of have that free way up through the natural. By the way, is that the ugliest wall I've ever seen?
Yeah, that is pretty janky, isn't it?
Is that... does that make a wall with a Nexus, actually? Oh my.
No.
It's just the most hideous wall ever.
Well, it looks like an impromptu wall that you've never played on the map and don't know how to wall on it.
Yeah.
And now, what am I even watching here?
You're watching him lose all his probes to
yeah.
4 lings. And also the lings, after running in and killing all these probes, scouting 100% of his tech.
Yeah.
It is...
Glaives is coming, and obviously the Warp Prism has been spotted. What in the world? So the Roach Horn's coming, Spinecrawler's going to be thrown down here.
A train crashed into a dumpster, which lit it on fire, which then fell downstairs into a rake. That's what this game is right now.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy that happened there. And again, that wall, and it's so weird.
It's the wall's fault.
Yeah, well,
because the Stalker didn't make a tight wall.
This is, one of the first things you teach somebody in the game is how to wall, so that you can avoid just like, oh, well, what do I do when he sends, 8 lings at me? You go, oh, no, you have a wall for that, so that's not an issue. Now 4 more lings are going to get in again.
Do you know what, Tasteless? I think that actually occurred here. I think this may have been Veto Chicken, because Veto Chicken is a thing where you're like, no, he'll veto the map, so I don't need to, so you use your vetoes in another way.
I know about this, yeah.
So, because I think actually what you said is exactly right. It looks like a wall where you didn't actually prep for the map. It,
yeah.
He just threw the pylon down. He's like, this will be fine.
Everybody who's had when the map switched for a new season on the ladder and you didn't really practice that map and you start, you go, okay, now I don't know how to wall in. You lose the game and then you go and sit down and actually map out how to do that or look up online how to do that. And I feel like this looks like that game.
100%.
Now, these Adepts are coming in here, and again, I mean, this is a real threat. They actually don't manage to kill that other Queen.
Yeah, they should be able to now, though. The Adepts, actually, I mean, they're not doing too badly yet. Oh, that's a lot of lings in the counterattack, man. He is starting to get a bunch of drones. Gonna try to re-wall here. I mean, it's gonna take a little bit for these links to break
I think
through,
they can get
but
both of these pylons.
yeah.
So that's going to unpower the cybernetics core. Catching these drones on the side is pretty good.
Look at this. He is catching actually a decent amount of drones. He's already killed queens. He's gotten 7 drones. There's a lot of lost mining time here. Like, Solar is not mining very much. His income is like a third or a half as much as SOS throughout this.
Yeah, kind of a funny game. I mean, especially when I saw those lings get in there, I was pretty sure SOS was going to kind of fizzle out in this game. But the Adept harass is still going on, and it doesn't seem like Solar's really dealt with it that well. Again, a lot of these, that was kind of a weird shade there, too. He, like, shaded to the other side of the hill, outside of anywhere where he can do real damage. The Adepts are high enough in numbers, they're starting to just fight the Roaches and win. Oh, this is bad. Boy. Ooh. Yeah, he can actually get the Roach Warren. If you get that, you're going to be fighting just Lings, and Lings are already pretty bad against Adepts.
Yeah, and his follow-up is actually very, very smart. It looks like he's going to go into Disruptor from here.
Yeah.
So, like, a Disruptor follow-up, if you, like, you have to remake the Warren, right? And just continually make Roaches here.
Right.
Which means that the Disruptor should do a really great job. And obviously the Adepts are going to fight against the Lings. Disruptors will get the other hits, and you're pretty good to go. Like, just make a Sentry to add in, I guess.
Okay, so these Adepts are going to shade in. Just cancel that.
Oh, it makes a third Nexus here, too. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Look at that wall in Tasteless.
That is painful to look at.
That is a Vincent van Gogh wall in.
Yeah, that is such a weird setup he has. And he's not committing with these shades. Oh, he is on this one. He can get right back behind here and kill off the Roach Warren again.
Oh, man. Well, more Disruptors are being made. And
oh no, that's so funny.
And where it, oh no, the shade, everything dies. Okay, well, there's not, oh, he still actually has, like, he has made a lot of Adepts this game. He does not have very much at home, I want to say. So there is going to be a counterattack, right? Like 100% there has to be a giant counterattack coming. It's to transfuse the Warren, or he'll lose it twice. I think SOS has to sit back completely defensively. I think we need shield batteries, and he needs, like, to hit some good shots with his Disruptors for when this attack comes. He has no batteries at his third.
Yeah, the third actually could be overtaken. I feel like this is a kind of a weird game of major missteps on both sides. It's making it kind of almost more interesting than a normal PvZ.
Yeah, it's a very blunderous game.
Yeah. There's a lot of pretty dramatic moments here, but I think now that SOS has the Disruptors out, I don't think Zerg can really engage here.
Yeah, like as long as he doesn't have the Disruptors right in the front there, he should be able to shoot these off pretty easily. Oh, that was a good hit.
Done.
Yeah,
very nicely done.
And just backing up for now. Next Disruptor, oh god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it gets 3 Ravagers with that one. Overcharge goes down, and
Solar's gonna lose his fight.
Dude, this is crazy. And Solar has 40 drones, man. This is not a nice situation for him. This is weird, because when he got those Lings in and saw literally exactly what was going on,
that's when he should have been able to take the
on
game.
Time. Yeah. And then he took a lot of damage from the amount of Adepts there were.
Colossus is out now with this. I think we're going to have a counter push here. Yeah, this is just not enough Roaches to take on these fights.
Yeah. Solar's going to be kicking himself about this game.
What is going on with these Lings here?
Oh,
all right.
He's like hopping around in his seat.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one, like, Solar knows he's really misplayed this.
Yeah. Okay, that was
very poor. I don't know why you dropped that right there in the middle of that. Seems like you want to go onto the low ground and try to hit from there.
Well, we got to keep it in the theme of the game.
Yeah,
which is
this completely
mistakes.
chaotic and confusing. Colossus going back now. What is happening to these two guys? Why is Colossus going back? What am I watching?
They both have brain parasites right now. You know those ones that make the ants climb to the top of the leaf and like look at the sun before it dies? That's the one they got,
It's
man.
the one that makes you drop your disruptor on top of the lings. Oh! Chunks out even more roaches. This is over, man. SOS takes this. Kind of a shocking game. GG.
Yeah, it was a weird
Solar loses
game.
game 1.
I don't think the other games are going to look like that. I don't think any more games in Code S are going to look like that.
I don't think we're ever going to have a game like that again. But, you know, SOS, I think a little bit better than an uncomfortable spot.
That's two guys trying their hardest in an open qualifier is what that game was.
Yeah, that was...
Where it's like, oh, you're both pretty good, but like neither of you are making the GSL.
You probably won't make it, but I understand you wanted to try to compete in this. It was a dream of yours.
But that was, yeah, that was just strange overall, that game. But okay, like SOS, he comes back. I mean, losing like 5 probes and having your entire build scouted and like your wall screwed up and everything slowed down and then still winning.
2,000
atmospheres for poor Solar, man.
Yeah, 2,000 atmospheres for game 2. SOS versus Solar continues on. SOS with a 1-0 lead.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Kaizi Gaming, Solar.
Now I do want to mention one more thing about that last game. The problem with SOS that game for the most part was that his wall was off. Because if you remember his opening was actually quite beautiful. He blocked the hatch, he got in with the Adept to kill the first creep tumor. Then he brought 2 Adepts in, killed a couple drones, only losing 1 Adept. Like he had a very smooth opener. He had a very good idea of what he wanted to do in the game. But yeah. Anyways, on to our next map, 2,000 Atmospheres.
We will
Blocks
not...
the hatch once again.
Yeah, same idea. And we definitely won't have a weird wall like that last one.
Oh no, he's played plenty of 2,000 Atmospheres. I mean, the maps that are on the ladder are like, anything GSL _ anything is just generally not on the ladder, so
right,
it's going to be the map that you play the least almost always.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, normally when we go to game 2 in a best of 3, I bring up game 1 to kind of, you know, use that as a starting point for how the games with these 2 players look, but I don't feel like I could do that here because that was such a weird game with so many errors on both sides. Yeah, although I do feel like seeing a game like that, I really do think Dream is still the favorite to move on after losing to Maru.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
I think so.
Okay. Honestly, I do think SOS is still going to get out of the group. Like that last game, it was a bad wall, but he still won against Dream. It felt like he was messing up a little bit, but he was getting himself into winning spots.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, just some space in between then and the next time they play, like he's going to be able to fix that up. But I mean, he has to finish Solar off first here. See if Solar can kind of get his feet under him and take this game.
So we've got the Stargate this time around. It is proxied. So we'll be having an Oracle come out here, and basically, you know, because it's closer to the Zerg, the Oracle can get in a little bit quicker by a few more seconds, which if the Zerg hasn't, you know, timed out to stop not just an Oracle attack, but one that's proxied, you get extra drone kills. But again, like we've mentioned before in this show specifically, like the proxied Stargate is probably the lowest tier of kind of crazy aggro plays.
What are those
I'm
probes
sorry.
doing?
I don't know. It's like the 2 probes are wrestling over in the third base.
Oh, he's hiding 2 probes. So when
What?
Solar comes in, there's missing probes.
What? That is sick.
I think that's what's happening.
To maybe make
he
it
moved
look
the
like
probes several times, and there's so few probes at the natural that it looks really funny, doesn't it? You look at that natural, you know there's probes missing. It's easy to count workers in this game.
Yeah, this must be something that is so advanced. That
I mean, that's my best guess.
That all the
but...
Zergs are talking about, you count this number of probes, and then you know this is coming. I don't know. You're right though with the fact that he didn't accidentally misclick those probes. Like they're there.
They came back now. So, and the thing is, he clicked them around and moved them a couple times.
Well, now we need him to win today, so we can find out in the interview what was going on.
Yeah, no, I hope that gets talked about. So he got 6 drones, which is pretty significant. Oh, it's not over, okay.
Yeah, tries to go for 8, but 7's gonna suffice as well.
Spores are pretty much up, has Queen's Air at the 3rd. Twilight is on the way.
So I wonder if that's a setup so that you don't think it's gonna be Proxy Stargate, instead thinking maybe it's gonna be something else. Like there's gonna be a gateway explosion in a depth with Glaze coming, you know.
Maybe.
So you're not going to get the anti-air as quickly. Maybe, I don't know. 10 drones are killed though. That's enough drones to me that this is going pretty well here for SOS.
For sure. And he's doing a glaive follow-up.
Okay.
Look at his wall. It's a very careful wall this time.
Yeah, that's
definitely nothing's getting through there. A 3rd Nexus is coming, as is the glaives. Oh, no. Oh.
Yeah, this is becoming too much for the Zerg. You expect to have a few drones killed off here or there, but honestly,
5 more?
That's too much.
5 more? Oh, man.
Well, get ready for even more than that. No, he cancels
it. He's just not on his game right now. Game 1 against Maru, he looked so nice and so strong, you know, and calm and cool and composed. I feel like there's like a mental issue for Solar in GSL around a 16-ish area because everyone knows that he's better than what his results are. Like how rare it is for him to get round of 8 is shocking. And like when you see his good games, you're like, damn man, that's a round of 8 guy right there.
Yeah, it's I think you're totally right, Artosis. This is kind of weird to see him underperforming this much. Now, this is a proper wall, so those lings are not going to get in. He can attack this Nexus or the battery or whatever he wants, but...
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, and it actually does work. It pulls the adepts back.
Doesn't want to lose that base. Battery going down is really, really annoying.
Yeah, well, it makes these adepts much weaker. Oh, misclick there. Could have killed that last adept.
Yeah, basically just an adept army right now. And there are a lot of roaches being made. Disruptor tech on the way. So kind of similar to the last game, but really he hasn't, like, his oracles did good damage, and he did a little bit of damage with the initial adepts, but since he got glaives, he hasn't really done much.
Now, the thing about adept builds really is like you need to do a certain amount of damage or end the game, right? You can transition out, but the thing is we've seen so many workers killed, but those lings really did their job. You know, he did force the adepts back. He did want to keep that 3rd base alive. Let's see how much he commits with this.
These adepts are not going to scale well against this army, but you know, they can do things like tank a bit, deal with lings for those disruptors that are coming out, but he cancels that shade. He's diving pretty darn deep. Kills off a queen. See how much he can get done.
Yeah,
not
shades away. Only 2 workers killed. I think we're going to have a War Prism soon along with these disruptors, and that should be where the push can be pretty difficult. You know, Roaches and Ravagers basically can't escape from the disruptor shot. And that's where it gets pretty tough to deal with.
Throw a bunch of gates down here at that 3rd base. Should provide a little bit of a buffer for an incoming attack.
Nice, one-shotting down those Ravagers. Okay, so here come the Oracles in again.
Yeah, they're getting pretty low.
Yeah. I think
he's having a hard time with those still doing damage.
This isn't the first time this has happened.
Okay,
he does get away.
Oh,
hey,
man.
really nice. Looked like those oracles had basically served their purpose and probably wouldn't be doing much. Then they managed to get a couple more drone kills. Nicely done. The 4 more gateways are finishing, so we're really into that 3-base gateway explosion. Protoss taking a 4th. I don't see any signs that SOS wants to end the game right away. It seems like he's going to continue to try to develop.
Yeah. Well, Blink coming up with that 4th, like you said, the Prism coming out, so maybe we'll see him try to get something done. Walking out with his disruptors. I mean, as long as you don't dive deep on creep, you can, you know, with some force fields, the disruptors, the adepts to kind of keep Lings from destroying you. I feel like this is definitely a decent army to come up and poke with some.
Okay, here we go. Oh, nicely done. Takes out 2 Ravagers. He has the force fields ready. He hasn't sent them out yet, and these are great shots with the disruptors. He's getting real value with that. Yeah, that's the thing you got to keep in mind here with disruptors is that you can basically, as long as the disruptor doesn't die and keeps connecting with targets, you're getting way more value. You're not trading in with fights.
And its supply efficiency is massive if you hit anything. All right, so a lot of Stalkers are out. If you just continue to make Stalkers at this pace, you've got to keep that pressure on. So he is moving forward. A lot of Banelings being made. Baneling speed almost done here.
Oh my God, that's such a good hit. Oh. That might have weakened up the Zerg too much.
Yeah.
We see some more Banes coming. Now, this counterattack is pretty scary, but I think Protoss is going to be more willing to give up a base.
Well, he has the overcharge there, so actually
never
he was
mind.
just fine with that many Stalkers.
These force fields are going to dissipate. Oh my God. And now this base is really under threat here.
Throws down some force fields, but some of the Banes rolling by right now.
My
The
God,
flank of Roaches comes up.
Yeah, and suddenly the Roaches are just surrounded here. No Guardian Shield used yet. He does have some energy with that last sentry. It's going to use that for force fields instead. He can still squeeze through here. A lot more is coming. I think we may be seeing the beginning of the end here. It just seems like there is too much. Whoa, but a misclick stepping into that.
Nice hit on that disruptor. Are going to continue to attack into this hatchery. He's got so much. Like, Solar's economy is good right now, but his unit count is very, very small.
Right.
Is it possible for him to hold on here? Like, even if he trades a little bit inefficiently with the Banes, if he can just force SOS back for a minute?
This is the problem, is he's morphing Banes right there, so the disruptor shots can just target that. And, I mean, that's a huge loss.
And look at this. He's actually throwing down so many stasis wards here that you can't, like, if he does a full retreat, anything chasing him actually just gets frozen.
Yeah, SOS playing a beautiful game so far.
He is.
Oh!
All right, Baneling's starting to get in on top of things, but are they going to get kills? Oh, the stasis ward saves stuff.
2 adepts coming down here to start to pick off workers. The pressure continues to build up here as the supply is dwindling right now for Solar. I think this game is over.
Yeah, it does look that way. And GG.
Wow, okay, SOS wins. Let's see if your boy SOS can take out Dream in the final match.
Yeah, we're going to have that rematch coming up here. And, well, Solar, game 1 against Maru, he looked great. And from there, it was a bit downhill, unfortunately. Still just not having the GSL success that he wants.
Yeah. Well, you know, I feel for Solar, but, you know, SOS definitely outplayed him.
Yeah,
played much better.
For sure.
Not that slow SOS style we've seen in the past, but you know, SOS can kind of do anything, kind of do everything.
For sure.
We've got a break, guys. When we come back, the final match: SOS versus Dream. We'll see you soon.
know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong. Let me go. Going back again, we know it's wrong, but we do what we can to fix what we had. When did it all become so bad? Is this love or something else? I just can't figure out myself. Maybe it's time for us to move on, but we can't let go, we can't be strong.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 나를 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
이렇게 좋은 날엔 홈캠핑이지. 홈캠핑엔 고기, 고기엔 칠성사이다. 맛있는 자리에 빠질 수 없는 청량함. 완벽하네. 칠성사이다.
숙취 요즘 누가 저렇게 깨니? 맨날 똑같은 거, 맛없는 거 깨. 이제 탄산으로 깨. 숙취 해소의 새로운 기준. 가스강. 환도 역시 가스강이 대세.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
양념 툭툭, 올리브유 또르르. 우와, 그리고 제로. 너무 좋다. 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
야채 착착, 당토 톡톡, 아보카도 슥슥. 그리고 제로. 이렇게 맛있다고? 맛은 배로, 칼로리는 제로. 칠성사이다 제로.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
관리받다. 관리하지 않는 순간에도 관리받다. 14일 동안 정성껏 발효한 브루잉 콤부차로 관리받다. 브루잉 콤부차.
핫식스 타임! 저는 이 핫식스로 선수들에게 응원을 보내보도록 하겠습니다. 꽂혔다면 쏟아부어 인생 직진 음료 핫식스.
새로운 친구가 나왔습니다. 핫식스 커피 럭키. 도전이 멋있네.
꽂혔다면 쏟아부어 인생 직진 음료 핫식.
Round of 16, Group B. Maru, Solar, SOS, Dream. 2021 GSL Season 3, Codex. Africa TV, Free Cup Studio Live. 2021 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to have the rematch here of SOS versus Dream. It was a pretty dramatic fight these two had earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Artosis
it's realistically
seems to
the closest of the night.
Yeah, Artosis is feeling SOS. I'm thinking more Dream.
Yeah.
And it's weird for me to say that. I'm usually always expecting SOS to advance, but in the last couple of GSL seasons, I've had to come to terms with the fact that, like, this is not the SOS that won. They're not the same SOS that won the 2 World Championships.
Last couple of years of GSL, realistically, he's been weak.
That's the thing. I understand a bad year here or there, but
I think he's in great shape right now, Tasis, and I thought he was going to win the group. I think he's going to get second now. That's only because the win the group is off the table. Yeah, I think he's in great shape, and honestly, I can see him getting top 4 this season.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Yeah, well, first he's got to beat Dream, which he already lost him once, so who knows?
All right, let's see what happens, guys. SOS versus Dream, Game 1, the final best of 3 of the night. The winner goes on to the round of 8.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Good Game Gaming, Dream.
All right, Nautilus is our first map once again. And SOS scouting counterclockwise like we did previously, so unfortunately won't be finding Dream too quickly, so
won't
probably
have that
no
gas steal. Yeah.
Just wondering about that, right? We'll see what his other plan was. You can't count on scouting your opponent first.
Yeah, I'm glad we have maps like this back in the pool. It is cool to see how StarCraft games at the highest level unfold when you have more than one starting location.
Yeah, I think it adds an interesting element, and honestly, I think the ladder should have a 4-player map at least. But
I think so.
The thing is, I think people would veto it so heavily that it would be like,
well, that's the
probably just PvPs on the map.
It's funny because StarCraft did not start out like that, but
yeah.
In the end, that's what we've got. It's why proxies are so common in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Where when it happens in StarCraft 1, because there are so many 4-player or 3-player maps in StarCraft 1, it doesn't happen as much.
Well, looks like a very fast command center here. 1 Marine into a reactor. Probe going to find Dream last. Of course, the Nexus already going as well. Probe has to turn around immediately.
Yeah. So we're going to have a different game. I don't think we can count on the Colossus coming up, in a War Prism that's got speed or anything like that. That's
certainly
most likely not going to be what happens here. But we should point out that, SOS, he sometimes outdoes himself with the fanciness, but he's still got the innovative approaches that, make people such fans of his play.
Twilight's coming. So I guess what we really have to do is see what this Twilight is going to entail, because I think it could be multiple things. Let's see if a Robo drops down pretty quickly here. Maybe could possibly be a DT drop, but looks right now like it'll probably be Blink. Oh no, there's the Robo. Well, it still can be Blink. Let's see. Hold on 1 second here.
Okay, takes that one Adept out. Yeah, you know, a lot of the setup that Dream has over at his base is kind of similar to what we had in the game that they played in before.
And it is a Dark Shrine.
Dark Shrine, okay.
Yeah, so the DT drop, and you know, obviously this is a build that can just kind of randomly win the game as soon as the DTs get out if there's just no scan in sight.
Yeah.
And he's playing against the 3-Rax play, so it's going to be mostly Marines trying to stop it, which means the follow-up Archon drop can do a good job as well.
That's right. Got to be careful not to drop those DTs needlessly, though, or lose that Warp Prism. Again, just using that Adept to basically confirm the behavior of the Terran here. So the combat shields and stim, start up here. But the Warp Prism's about to come out and be across the map. There's going to be a little period of time where there will not be stimmed Marines. The DTs will still be able to do damage. It's important to keep in mind how much slower Marines are in every sense without stim. So it makes it a lot easier to avoid any real risk here.
That's a funky looking wall he has there too.
Yeah, weird wall-ins here.
They are weird wall-ins, but that's okay. All right, here we go, man. The Prism is going across the map.
Now, there's a chance Terran doesn't turn around right away. Oh. So Terran's come back.
Yeah, splits the DTs immediately, which is exactly how you need to do it. Oh!
Yeah, that was bad by SOS.
Yeah, he could have gotten a couple more kills there, but he is nailing the natural right now.
Yeah, the reactor's going to go down, but the turret is done over at the NAT, and I mean, I guess you have to have something here to attack this DTC, and it doesn't make it go away.
Yeah, back set up for now. Immortal on the way as a follow-up. A Forge coming out too, so it looks like a macro game going to be what SOS goes for. That's like kind of a pretty standard follow-up, like an older school's follow-up to something like a DT drop to just pump an Immortal out to make sure you don't die.
Yeah.
Give yourself a little bit of more muscle with your army.
Ooh, nice pickup.
Yeah, look at that.
Good save, burning through a scan. So Blank is coming, that Forge is about to finish up. But Terran really hasn't had too many scratches this game, you know.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, I think the DT drop wasn't a failure, though.
No, I think it kept Terran honest, and yeah. Now we're going to have the Archons be made over here. There's one. We might have another 2 DTs warped in to get the double Archon action here.
Yeah.
And this kind of harass is a little bit different. This is one where you can head-on fight the Marines as long as you don't mismanage the Warp Prism.
Which I think you'll be fine on.
Wow, yeah, some of these Archons with the splash. Had you connected that shot over when they're stacked up like that, it would have been huge. And as long as you don't lose the Archon, you can let the shields get to basically 0 and then pull away and let it recharge.
Yeah, it heals up so quickly. Of course, a second Archon there would have done a lot more damage, but even one is okay. Oh, no!
No!
Well, that's not good. Now, I think he's still probably okay. He's got a decent amount of shield batteries. He has sentries. So if he nails force fields, oh, he can't quite overcharge. So that's a little bit scary. But with double Immortal, I could see a force cancel here.
Here we go.
Oh, it's not moving in. That's a lot of damage output.
The Immortals are on the outside too.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's going to pull this back a little bit further.
The force fields just have to be really good here, I think.
Yeah, but if you mismanage that... Whoa, why are those Stalkers alone? Now, Blink's about to finish. He's going to pick up with half. He's going to head up towards the main.
Yeah, I guess if he has his full army sitting there, there's no reason not to go. You know that's his whole army.
And if you don't have Stalkers with this army, that's just some sentries and an Immortal or two, I think the infantry can kill that too. You know, Immortals are not good if they're just isolated alone. So he comes in here.
Oh, I think he has his Stalkers sitting up in the main base.
He could unpower that one pylon.
Oh god, he runs away after the scan. Oh, okay, he comes back up. That's a lot of stalkers. Yeah, I mean, he should just be able to hold this, right?
Yeah, SOS is making this look easy.
Especially as that Immortal popped out.
Oh, and now Dream is going to lose a few more units over here. I like the idea, but I'm worried that Dream has hemorrhaged too many units in too many spots, and now basically SOS can probably just have some pretty straightforward counterplay.
Yeah, very solid hold from him overall. Going into DT Blink, getting charge, +2 attack. He did lose his Cybernetics Core. So actually, that might be what saves Dream from a counterattack here.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have charge. Like, if you have charge here, you can just warp in Zealots off all your gates, and you're like, well, I was going to do that anyways. But here, it's like slow Zealots are your reinforcements, and that's not necessarily the strongest thing.
Yeah. It does happen from time to time that the core is picked off, and that is really important tech. You know, it's easy to forget because you usually make it early on and then use it for a little bit with the upgrades there, but you do need that for the entire game.
Getting up into that Colossus tech now. Seen him really favoring it here today.
With the Terran on the third base, it's very possible that you know, he can actually attack in the front while warping in over here into the main. So he sends just one Zealot.
Actually brings the medevac over. I think that there's mines in there right now. And just forces it out. Decent harassment going on. Ghosts already being made. Another thing I really like about Dream's play, he doesn't wait to see High Templars to make his ghosts.
Yeah, he basically preempts that by getting the ghosts out right away. And SOS still sits and waits.
Yeah.
Continuing to develop his tech tree. We've got Thermal Lance starting while DT Blink is finishing.
Dream going through the middle right now. More Colossi about to pop out.
So again, you know, a very conservative game from SOS. I mean, basically just staying back, not risking anything. Dream has come out a couple times on the map in this game that's mostly been focused in this upper third layer of the map. You know, we haven't had anybody throw a base down here at the bottom anywhere in the middle. Nobody's expanded off of their platform that you default on.
Yeah, no, not yet. I think that can break wide open as they kind of start to complete the armies that they have out.
Bit of a chase here on this War Prism. Looks like the Vikings should be able to catch it. As we're going to have Terran take the fourth base. Protoss should be taking their own fourth pretty soon here, up at 12 o'clock.
And, well, I mean, I got to say, I like how SOS is playing it, where he's just kind of continuing to upgrade and build his robo units, right? Like, look at this. He's starting to add Immortals in. That's going to add so much muscle to his army overall. Now, over on the side of Dream, he has added the second starport, which is good to see. That's going to give him a higher probability of being able to actually fight the army, because that has been a little bit of an issue for him, right? Where he's running around with, like, it's so bio-heavy, he's not really able to fight the heavy gateway unit, or robo units.
Yeah.
Disruptors being added in. Damn, that is one sturdy and solid army from SOS.
Yeah. It's a pretty sophisticated tech army that he's got right now.
A lot of Vikings being added. Very different from Dream. It's really refreshing to see. I was afraid that he was just going to be Mr. Marine Marauder all day,
yeah,
right?
Just go with infantry and try to get really good flanks.
Yeah, but he's about to have like 8 Vikings or 9 Vikings, something like that, and that's going to be a much healthier amount to fight these Colossi. There's 4 of them, so...
Oh, I guess we're just going to catch the tail end of that. Now, this is pretty big. It seems like out of nowhere, suddenly Dream just takes that base while distracting SOS at his third. And this is pretty bad. I mean, Protoss do need to be keeping up with the Terran here.
Sick EMPs there, and he actually deals a lot of damage to the army. SOS running back.
Those Widow Mines are still there.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they haven't been dealt with. I don't get it.
Oh, God. Yeah, he needs to get over there. Does he have an observer with this army? I don't believe that he does.
I mean, clearly not. If he's waiting for the cannon to finish, basically, to do anything. And it does end up killing off 8 probes.
Ouch.
And Terran's going to push up here again. And he's going to blink on this CC. But Dream's reacting pretty fast.
Yeah.
And if he can kill off, I think, one more DT, it's going to be enough to repair.
Yeah, we'll
No,
see.
he
It looks like he
kills it.
did end up killing it, yeah. In the meantime, a full frontal assault here, but Immortal's holding it down. DT's being split up all over the place. Big losses on SCVs, but Dream's economy is still fine, I think. SOS still sitting here on just 3 bases. More disruptors being added in, and ooh, I love it. 4 liberators coming up.
Wow.
Really nice.
So he's thrown another command center in over here. There's one DT still hiding down here. You got to watch for that. Right now, it's a lot of tension built up here. 3 base versus 3 base. Dream is maxed. SOS not far away from that either.
And I gotta say, yeah, SOS can fill up his supply relatively quickly. He does have a little bit of a bank here as well. But you know what I like about what we see here from SOS? It kind of reminds me of the way Patience plays, where it's like, yeah, he doesn't have that many bases. Yeah, he lost that Nexus at 12 o'clock.
Whoa!
But he continues to build the sophistication of this army. Now, unfortunately for him here, those
Oh my
Vikings
God.
come in and clear all the Colossi, but he does still have Disruptors and Immortals.
Yeah, but he's without the Colossi there, he can zone him away, and he's going to take out this 12 o'clock base again. And even though Dream has had some interruptions there in soaking up all the minerals at the 3 o'clock spot, he has gotten back on to where he needs to be, and now Terran's going to push in and push in hard.
Yeah, those Liberators are going to be a big problem for him right now. Throwing out Disruptor shots, which will do a decent job here, but he doesn't have enough anti-air to actually kill off the Liberators.
Yeah, he shoots down that one Disruptor. The Immortals, if they overstep, they're going to eat a lot of Liberator shots. And he could just basically run into the natural. Look at this.
Oh, man. Lance's Vikings. Interesting choice. Ooh, big Disruptor shot there, but dealing a lot of damage in the natural.
Something's happened at 3 o'clock again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Looks
Protoss
like he killed it
basically
off once
stopped
again.
mining there. Yep.
DT Zealot. All right. Okay, finally does push that back. Honestly, losing those probes doesn't matter that much because he has so few bases. His
Yeah,
economy
that's a
is
good point.
not as affected as it looks like. Look at this, the Zealots and DTs come in.
Yeah, blinking behind, but they are shot down. Meanwhile, as that's happening, these Liberators coming in here and just doing so much damage.
Oh my God, how do you
Damn.
even deal with that? He can't, honestly. Like, even if he got, like, Aryans to try to deal with it, there's so many Vikings ready to jump up. Yeah, you know what? I think he did it. Dream put out an awesome game here. SOS trying to get under here and actually engage, but simply doesn't have enough anti-air to clear that many Liberators.
Yeah, it seems like Dream has dismantled SOS enough. That's it. GG. Dream takes game 1.
Yeah, that was well done. He really utilized a lot of that endgame tech that we haven't seen from him yet.
Yeah.
And that's, like, we don't see enough Terrans do that. So many people just stay on the more mobile Bioforce, and then they get shredded by the robo units. But here, he made enough Vikings to clear the Colossi, and if you don't have the Colossi, it's way harder to fight against Liberators. So he got into the Liberators and just kind of zoned everything out.
It was actually a really fun game to cast. You could kind of see this moment where, you know, nobody's able to just keep a 4th base up for very long, and
Yeah.
the 3rd base is going to mine out soon. But really good position that Dream got there. And you can see he's just catching SOS. Those split second SOS isn't watching. You know, StarCraft 2, really, you can lose the game in a few seconds because things are
totally.
happening so fast.
All right, our next map going to be Oxide. Is Dream going to be able to advance to that round of 8, or can SOS tie it up?
Let's find out. Our game is loaded. It has loaded up. SOS versus Dream, Game 2.
GSL Season 3, Codex. Team Envy, SOS. Good Game Gaming, Dream.
Of course, the winner of this match plays Zest in the round of 8.
Yeah. Who do we want to... I would really like to see SOS versus Zest, actually.
That would be really nice. Well, Zest took out Trap PvP.
Yeah.
And SOS has some wild PvPs.
Well, I feel like PvP is still SOS's best matchup.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, I think his PvZ this season is looking really sharp as well.
Yeah, it's looking very good. That is true.
Although Dream is doing awfully well against him. He's up 3-1 right now in TVPs against SOS, so we'll see if SOS can tie that score, then he can advance.
So, I mean, we need to see SOS basically step up his PvT if he's going to win this. You know, a lot of Terrans are complaining about TVP lately. It's hard to beat Protoss, but it does seem like right now SOS does not seem to have a clear handle on that matchup. Like, he's good, but
I feel like he's getting himself every game into a good position.
Yeah, but he's not mechanically clean enough, it does seem. Like, a lot of that last game was just being fast.
Yeah,
especially that last game.
Some of his engages aren't going super well. I like it when you just mass up gateway units, but I think he was spending a little bit too much, or not gateway units, robo units. But I think he was spending a little bit too much money with the fancy DT Blinken strats, where he's trying to kill off the 4th base and everything like the planetary, and that's a great move. Like, there's certain situations where that is amazing, but if it doesn't fit as well in that type of game, right, where you have mass robo units, like, what you need to do there is protect them. If you keep your robo units alive, over time they grind Terran down really, really well.
Yeah, that's in fact one of the easiest ways to describe how to win a game against the Terran is to just keep the robo units alive.
Yeah, that's
as long as you're playing.
It's like
fine
literally the only thing Patience does, and he smashes Terrans.
Yeah, yeah.
The guy loses every base, every gateway unit, all his probes, but he's like, oh, but I've been pumping 2 robos nonstop,
well,
bro.
My Immortals have not been killed.
Yeah.
We're staying true to the name.
But, yeah, I feel like maybe if he had added more Stalkers to his army, he could have kept the, it made the Vikings have a harder time against his Colossi. The Liberator switch wouldn't have been so deadly. Yeah, sometimes he gets a bit too fancy. It's definitely a thing with him.
Man, I hope we have a game 3 here for this final best of 3. It just seems like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to SOS. It's weird because he was so insanely dominant, and it's not like there's people that have been dominant in the past that can't dominate now, like Rogue. How long has Rogue been amazing, right?
Quite a time.
It does seem like, and I don't know, I'm going to say this out loud, I don't know if I totally believe it, but I want to throw an idea out into the ecosystem, is that, every day, I don't want to say the game's figured out, but we're learning more and more about the game, right?
Okay.
And every GSL, every tournament everywhere, it's kind of all going into this giant set of meta knowledge that everybody that plays or competes and watches is kind of learning, right? We're all learning together. And it seems like SOS, for some period of time, was so far ahead of the curve that he was able to make plays that we just would never see anybody but him do. And some of these plays you can only do once.
Sure.
But the game's been out for a long time now, and even though SOS clearly still has ideas that are worth discussing and casting and testing to see if they can win games, he is not able to deliver the kind of results, right? Everybody's improved enough that it's harder to trick him, it's harder to throw him off.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. Yeah, players like him do lose value over time most of the time.
Yeah.
The longer we're in any situation, defensive macro players rise to the top.
Yeah, whenever an RTS first comes out, it's usually the people that attack and are aggressive and rush that are the most dominant. But as years pass, it's the people that know how to get a 3rd base safely that are the ones that are hard to beat.
Yeah. All right, so a lot of Blink Stalkers out right now against this 3-Racks opener.
Yeah, we saw Dream go with the pressure. He definitely made the right call by running back, especially when there's this many Stalkers.
For sure.
We don't get to talk about it very often, but Stalkers versus slow Marine. Stalkers are so much better because of the range that there's really no reason why you'd ever want to fight a lot of Stalkers with a lot of Marines ever.
Yeah.
Or fight a lot of Marines with a lot of Stalkers ever. Sorry.
Hallucinated Phoenix goes up and gets a good eye on exactly what it is. I think it's exactly what SOS thought it was anyways, but he gets that confirmation. He does have his third base up, 56 probes mining. Of course, his charge on the way. And there's definitely a big push coming. Oh, SOS. This is like the most important thing that you can't have happen.
What?
Yeah, that's shocking. You can see him shake his head.
I don't know what happened. I mean, that feels like...
I have no idea.
Looks like he was tabbed out of the game or something.
You
ever had that where like a program's running and it closes your game and then you you come back and, well, I guess I lose. That is not how any game is supposed to go in a GSL.
No, that...
I don't even know what to say, man.
Well, it's going to cost him. He's going to be out of GSL because of that one moment. Like, I mean, as soon as his scout went in, he knew exactly this was coming, like exactly then, basically, right? As the two medevacs come out, he moves out. You see the starport blinking with a reactor on it.
Can't believe that. You've really just given so much freedom to the Terran.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very tough moment. He has, a force field, so let's see.
Dude, he just dives in with these Marines.
Yeah, and that was a good target down on the
see those
shield
Zealots
battery.
Flying through there like ninja stars.
The cannon's doing some serious work there, I gotta say.
Yeah, seems like SOS is going to live a little bit longer here. Nice Zealot counterattack by him as well.
Imagine, though, if he had 7 more Stalkers.
These mines.
Wow. Okay, well, you know what? The Zealot counterattack actually doing a great job here as well. This is kind of surprising, honestly. When you lose 7 Stalkers against this and then still are able to hold on like that.
Yeah, but there was this moment
attacked like
at the natural where he saw the force fields go up and he didn't pick up and pull away. He was like, no, I've got this.
Yeah.
And I think even in the back of his head, he knew that wasn't going to work. But he probably thought somewhere in his mind, like, I already killed so many Stalkers, I should just win the game, right? And it's backfired. It's an overextension. And now we're getting a super all over the place game.
My God. Kind of wild that this is where we're at now. I thought for sure when he lost those 7 Stalkers that it just wasn't going to be doable on a Dream, like you said. Definitely thought the same. But looking at it, even army supply, pretty close to even on the workers.
Yeah, and even though SOS made that mistake, I think Dream has made an even bigger mistake in return, basically fighting through a force field with his army, and I think SOS is still going to be fine. This game is not over, even though it looked like it was, only a minute or 2 ago.
Yeah, depending on who wins this game, someone's going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah. So, SOS is setting up to take a 4th base. Keep in mind, since no player can really do anything to the other for the time being, they're going to go back into powering up. But it does seem like overall Dream was a little bit cleaner in, game 1 and cleaner in the first series before that.
He's definitely a cleaner player than SOS.
Yeah.
SOS does tend on the sloppy side. It's just kind of his style.
Okay, he's going to keep pushing down here now. Dream looking for an opening. With the Protoss expanding all the way to the bottom right, sometimes dropping in the main isn't a bad idea, at least forcing a recall.
Well, that Widow Mine drop may really catch him off guard if it hits at the right time.
Doesn't seem like he sees it.
Nice little mine there. Softens up the Zealots at least. Zealots are going to get in though. Oh, nice warp in here at the main base.
Yep, but he's doing a decent job of fighting it off. Meanwhile, 17, 18 SCVs already killed off here, and again, I just don't see why Terran's attacking here.
Well, he might feel like everything's falling apart and he needs to make something happen, but it's not working out for him.
No, 20 workers have been killed off. That's going to put SOS in the lead as far as having more workers mining.
Zealots out here getting sniped as Dream comes down to clean this up.
And it looks like the harass has basically been stopped. More workers are going to be produced. More mules are going to be landed here.
Yeah, lots of Colossi in production as SOS going to get that fourth base mining.
I feel like Dream needs to just be a little bit cleaner with his main army, you know?
Well, he's made a few attacks that haven't worked out, and the counters of SOS have been doing well. And the thing is, I think SOS is, again, he's a little bit sloppy overall, but the ideas are very, very good. Like he's sitting on top of ramps next to shield batteries and cannons with a Colossus-based army that has force fields in it, and then he's sending in a prism and attacking the third base with just charge lots on the ground. When you put all that together, if Dream screws up at all, he's in big trouble.
A nice attack in here. And I think, again, as long as Dream can get in and then get out, he should be okay. You know, one of the ways the Terrans do take out Protoss is when they're looking pretty big and scary, is you're just in enough locations doing damage, because Protoss can't get to where Terran is as quickly. That's why they have that recall. But you can bait out the recall, then you've limited those options in the future. And basically, Dream has stayed aggressive enough that there's hardly any action on the other side of the map now.
You know, he tried that big drop in the main base, but Stalkers were waiting for him. Still a lot of production going down. SOS starting to push towards his fourth. Turns around after an EMP.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a long game, Artosis. I don't think anybody can attack the other realistically.
Yeah,
it's tricky for the Protoss now, because when you invest into the Colossus, it's hard to actually move across the map without a medevac dropping somewhere and drawing you back into defense.
Yeah, very true. He doesn't have like a clear path, I guess, right now. SOS has been keeping an eye on that, but actually I'm looking at the left side of the map, and I don't see anything spotting towards the main, so maybe if he tries something like that again. We did have a second starport added on for Dream, so might see him go into the Heavy Viking and maybe followed up with the Liberators that we saw like the previous game. Right, nice playing forward here. I like this, very aggressively shredding some of this army.
Yeah, meanwhile, a big attack over here. This Immortal a little bit straight out. Does manage to pick that off. The Vikings fire back at the Colossi, but he's going to have to regroup it again. Whoa!
Oh, man.
What?
Yeah. Dream
is
just smashed there.
Yeah, just sandwiched that army. I think Dream completely unaware of the position he was in until it was too late. And now the push comes here from Protoss, but he's going to try to move through this bottlenecked area, and Terra could fight back pretty effectively.
Tries to snipe that Prism right there. Does let out its cargo, though. Man, that army of SOS, this little group of Marines and Marauders is not going to do anything against it. Nice hits from the Vikings, but SOS blinks forward, trying to get the hit off. Going towards that third now.
You can see SOS, he's got a lot of pressure built up here. He just has to try to find an area to push in. The SCVs are pulled, and I think SOS is very smartly pulled away at the right moment. Look at where the Colossi are, very hard to hit.
Yeah, one of them actually hitting a geyser, though, so not being that useful. Another round of Zealots come up to join the battle as well. Dream is taking the best fight he probably ever could here.
Yeah, well, SOS, again, he didn't quite control that well. Initially, it looked like the Colossi were in a good spot until one was hitting that refinery, like you said, Artos. It's a little bit of extra splash, and that infantry will melt. And what has been such a dramatic back and forth here, it does seem to be in the favor of Dream, at least for now.
Yeah.
Can Dream get down to this fourth base? He doesn't need to necessarily engage this army unless it's at an angle that is going to be good for him.
Yeah, I think he needs to kill the fourth in this situation because SOS, I think, doesn't quite die at the third because of the batteries and cannons.
Yeah.
But if he just kind of keeps him back, hold on, though. He's pushing forward now. Taking down the battery with that overcharge. More Colossi did pop out, but they are taking a huge amount of damage here.
Oh my god, I think that might be the tipping point. The two Robos are here as well. If he unpowers that pylon, the Colossi disruptors, nothing's going to be coming out.
Absolutely. What a master class in Terran versus Protoss from Dream. Even when he makes some mistakes and loses a bunch of SCVs and a bunch of armies, somehow manages to take down such a Colossi and Immortal heavy army. this. He's going to take down the third now. The fourth is behind this, so definitely something that he can try to attack as well. Lifts off the Vikings to chase back these the Colossus.
Yeah, well, that's a big win. It's unexpected that was the base he got. We were talking about that fourth the whole time.
Yeah.
But then when he basically saw that he could take that fight, that's when you take what you can get. And so we have this isolated fourth base. That's going to probably be the next target here for an attack from Dream, but SOS barely hanging on in this game. And I don't know, I mean, what is actually here to defend? It's like an Archon, Colossus, and then just, Stalkers and Zealots.
It's a ragtag force. I mean, he's sniping Zealots right now to whittle it down. That shows you just how far ahead Dream is. He's up 50% as far as army supply goes. He's starting to add Liberators.
Yeah.
A remaking of the Robo here for SOS. But he just, his army is just not that good here. Backs up to that battery. Battery doing a bit of work here. Runs out though.
Oh man, there's more infantry coming here. Again, if SOS loses this spot, it's over. One Colossus is not going to do the splash that he needs. That Archon is eventually picked off, and that's going to be it. Dream 2-0's SOS. GG. Dream will be in the pantheon of the final 8 in GSL.
Yeah, sad to see SOS fall. I feel like he's in pretty good shape this season. Overall, I think his ideas are really great, but his execution lacking a little bit. His attacks into Dream have not been that great, even when he gets ahead, which I feel like just about every game he was ahead at points. So definitely some mistakes. Back to the drawing board for SOS. Hopefully we'll see a better version of him in the Super Tournament.
Yeah, he's always going to have a special place in our hearts if you've been following StarCraft for a long time. But we're still waiting to see if he can ever, kind of show the greatness that was there before and do it while winning. I mean, he's always had smart plays. He's always been a good player. But, yeah, right now, not worthy of the round of 8. Let's go to that interview now with Dream. Let's see how he's feeling. Dream is done with his military service. He's clearly been playing a lot. Curious to see how he's feeling.
Another Terran player moves on to the round of 8. Dream defeats SOS. Congratulations, Dream. Thank you.
자, 오늘 김유진 선수 2번 잡고 8강 진출에
So you defeat SOS twice today to move on to the round of 8. This is your round of 8 in 4 seasons. How do you feel?
원래 좀 2등 진출하고 싶었는데.
Well, I actually wanted to get out of the group as a second place. So I'm really happy.
실수가 조금씩 있었지만.
And I did have some trivial mistakes, but in the end, I was able to secure the win. The reason why you wanted second place was because you wanted to avoid trap, right? Yes, that's right.
성우경이 쉽다는 건 아니고.
I'm not saying ZEST is an easy opponent, but Trap is a really hard opponent, so I wanted to avoid him.
자, 오늘 김유진 선수 2번 잡았습니다.
So you defeated SOS twice.
완벽하게 복수에 성공하셨는데요.
So this is a perfect revenge match for your super tournament in which you lost to SOS. So what's today different for you, Dream?
그때는 1대1이었고 이번에는 4명이서 하는 거기 때문에.
Well, at the time it was a 1v1, but this time there were 4 players in the group, so I was able to strategize well against him.
이겨서 좋은 것 같아요.
So in the end, I'm really happy to have won.
인터뷰 때도 언급을 했었지만 3병형을 계속 쓰시더라고요.
At the time, you kept using the 3 barracks build. So is this build really good for you?
지금 가장 정석적으로 쓰기 좋은 빌드.
I feel like that's the most standard build for the Terran.
변현우 선수가 저는 빌드가 제일 좋다고 생각하는데.
And I feel like Byun has the best builds for Terran players.
님이 쓰니까 따라서 쓰고 있어요.
And as Ben uses it, I use it too. Alright, let's check out the first match. In GSL Nautilus, the SOS kept going for the Colossus drop and the DTs. But then you were able to medevac drop at the right timing to secure the win.
일단은 경기하는 내내 거의 모든 경기 다크가 오고.
Throughout the match, DTs came in every time, and I was shaking left and right.
계속 불리한 경기도 어쨌든
And sometimes I was on the back foot.
좀 주요했던 것 같아요.
But at the right timings, I was able to pull off the right strategies.
사실 저격을 당하면서 다소 싱겁게 끝났습니다. 충격탄 불곰 찌르기를 맞고.
Oh yes, that's right. In the winners match, you were easily defeated Maru with the Marauders as well. So any disappointment? Well, in the first game I did search the opponent, but in the second game I excluded that, and that was my downfall. But I guess this was an old big plan for me to move on in second place.
자, 오늘 프로토스전을 통해서 4시즌 만에 8강 진출에 성공했습니다.
Well, you move on to round of 8 after 4 seasons. In Kode, you went for the proxy 3 barracks cheese, and then you failed that, and you said you were fooled by parting. So what about this time? Well, this time I practiced in the ladder mostly. And this time I really I wanted to emphasize playing comfortably. I hated getting stressed. So this time I try to practice adequately and try to play comfortably. And as I said before, you'll be playing against Trap in the round of 8. And Trap is phenomenal at his PVT. So ahead of this match, anything you want to say? Well, first of all, I'm always grateful to Good Game Gaming. They support me so much. And CEST is a phenomenal player, but I don't think he's as formidable as Trap. So I think I can have a good chance of beating him. I think CEST is not in a good condition these days. He's not that good. Oh well, Dream boasting his confidence here. Once again, congratulations, Dream, on moving on to round of 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. All right, man. We've got half of the round of 8 set.
I know, yeah, that was pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be it for Group B.
I gotta say, Tasteless, like, I guess I'm surprised with this group overall.
Yeah.
I thought the games overall were going to be a bit better, a bit closer. I guess it's really Maru Dream and SOS Solar that kind of, they weren't really that close, you know? I thought it was going to be like a really long night.
So the Maru Dream, that was like so fast. It was kind of, it was weird. I feel like the commercials in between were longer than the series almost.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, guys, there's a schedule change. C and D, the groups have been swapped.
Yeah.
And so we'll be.
It's gonna.
So if you come in next time and we're on Group D, you did not miss Group C. That's what we're trying to tell you. We'll remind you on the day of, but just in case. I know a lot of you watch every part of GSL, but some of you are just fans for certain players. So you can see the schedule there. But we'll be back Monday, Thursday, like we are every time.
That's right. We'll be bringing in Group D at that point. And, yeah, I mean, we'll continue to fill in this round of 8 bracket.
We'll continue casting the games.
That's right. Never believe that. Never going to stop.
Yeah. Well.
Who do you think wins Dream versus CEST?
I think Dream does.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
What about Trap Maru?
I mean, that's like the $1 million question. The fans do.
Win that.
So here's what we've got for Group D. Dark Bunny, Beyond Parting.
You know what's the strangest feeling? Is looking at a group that deadly and feeling like Bunny's going to make it out.
Yeah, well, Bunny's really gotten an amazing, had an amazing performance.
He's playing amazingly. You're definitely right about that. He looks like a top 2 Terran right now. So that is going to be a really fun group on Monday, guys. Do not miss that. It's like a bunch of everyone's favorite players. Party Beyond Dark. And then, like, Bunny is actually in sick shape and might be better than
I think Bunny's going to get a lot more fans in the years to come. Like, he's really put the hours in. He's definitely been overshadowed by the other Terrans. But, dude, do not count him out. And, of course, partying playing, that's always fun.
Yeah. For me, actually, the biggest surprise in the group would be if Beyond makes it out, which is really weird because I think he was playing very well a couple seasons ago. But it hasn't been as strong lately. And this group is deadly.
Yeah. I am looking forward to that. And again, I mean, I think the round of 8 sizing up to be really nice. I know we have a lot of these players that it's kind of hard to part with them, you know, because they have been so legendary in the past, but it's a different game here in 2021.
Yeah.
And I think you're right about Bunny. I think there's a very good chance he moves on.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, these players are all super, super deadly. I think he's got an edge against Beyond.
Yeah.
I think I give him almost even money against Dark. Parting, who knows? You never know what Parting's going to bring, but
he's
it's
really
doable.
been hungry for a GSL victory here
that's true.
last year or two.
He's been practicing really hard, and it's been showing.
Streaming a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be a great group, guys. Make sure you tune into that. It was a lot of fun today. Sad that SOS wasn't able to make it forward. I've really enjoyed his games this season.
You look at the games, and you got to say, yeah, you're not ready for the round of 8 right now.
Yeah. Two-time world champion, you're not ready for the round of 8.
No, man, not in this year.
No, I guess not. That's the end of the story of that. Like, maybe Super Tournament, that's the only tournament we have left after this one.
This is the last season of GSL for this year, for our long-form tournament. As you were saying, we have Super Tournament around the corner, but yeah, we've almost gone through the whole year for StarCraft 2.
That's weird. It's only September. But I guess that's always how it is. We always have to finish it up.
Yeah. Well, I think normally we're getting ready for BlizzCon this time of the year, but I don't know what's going to happen with that. Anyways, guys, we love you. Take care. We will see you on Monday for Group D. Bye-bye.